Yo, what's up? I'm back at it again. Back at it again. Just left the gym. Feeling good. I'm feeling really good right now. The fuck? Give me a second. 1 second. Make sure everything looks good. Yeah, everything looks good. Everything does look good. How you guys doing today? I'm doing really good right now. Really good. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me look over some things real quick. Hey, how you doing? Guys, I'm here to talk about. I'm gonna wait until some more people get in for a minute. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I got a good show for you guys tonight. I'm a rock. I'm a rock. What's up, Leander? How you doing? I'm gonna rock tonight out for a couple of hours. I'm in the mood right now. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys. We're talking about the beauty of dark-skinned women and how dark-skinned women really are the gold standard. But I'm gonna get, I'm gonna try to go into a deep analysis. Just my opinions. Um, how I feel, how I've always felt about dark-skinned women. Right into it. Just want to rock out. Mixed Balance says, give me a second. You have a hue of bronze, or you're really like a darker brown. So depending on the weather, I would be super bronze or super brown. I'm from the Midwest, so it can get cold here. So my skin tone would lighten, and I never liked it. I never liked it. I never liked my skin tone lightening up. And trust me, it didn't lighten up that much. But the summertime is the time that I actually love, because I get black as an ace of spades, or brown as an ace of spades, actually. And growing up, I was around mostly what you call black people, or African Americans, or Africans, island blacks, etc. And I had always had an affinity towards the darker skinned girls. And I never forget it. My mom and dad didn't talk about it in the household. In the Midwest, we didn't really talk about a light skin, dark skin thing, at least that I don't remember. And I have noticed, being on YouTube, a lot of people from the East Coast, like New York, they tend to talk about this light skin, dark skin thing. And I've heard it as far as the West and Cali, but in the Midwest, I just don't remember this light skin, dark skin thing. I just don't remember kids talking about it. But nevertheless, growing up, I had an affinity towards darker skin or darker toned girls. I just did. Um, you know, when I was in junior high school, when I started to like bang, I don't mean like I was a fag or nothing, but when I started to like chicks, when I reached puberty, I went after the dark skinned girls. I don't know why I did it. I would flirt with the dark skinned girls. I would, smack them on the ass. This is middle school, so we did a lot of dumb shit. But I would smack them on the asses. I would try to flirt with them. These are the girls that I would spend all night on the phone with. And I never really grasped why I liked dark skinned girls, or girls who were my complexion, or even darker, when I was younger, when I was 11 or 12. Now, don't get me wrong. There were girls who were, high yellow that I talked to in junior high school. There were girls who were of different ethnic groups that I talked to in middle school. What's up, Cosmic? She says, hey, Labuto, I'll be away from the screen, but I am listening. Thank you. But in junior high school, a lot of the darker skinned girls, they carried themselves a little differently. And now that I'm looking back at it, they carried themselves a little differently from the more yellow girls, or the more lighter complected girls. And maybe it was where I was from, maybe it was the particular school that I was with, but the darker skinned girls where I went to school with, they had like a sense of refinement. Like they had a sense of, and I don't know whether it was taught to them. And mind you, this was an urban school, but I don't know whether it was taught to them. I don't know whether it was, maybe something with genetics, but a lot of the darker skinned girls, they acted almost as if like they, and this, looking back at it, this is just what I remember. They acted almost like royal. A lot of them, they didn't play around the same way that a lot of the lighter skin or mixed girls did. Like it's and now that I think about it, it's almost like the mixed girls or the lighter girls had something to prove. Like they had to prove their blackness or prove something. Now that I think about it now. So these would be the girls who would, I hate to say it, but the lighter skinned girls would be more flirtatious in terms of initiating the flirting. They would be the individuals who, a lot of times you would hear stories about them, like you heard what such and such did under the bleachers type thing. These were the girls that, for the most part, and I remember it like it was yesterday, but I remember like a lot of the lighter skinned girls, they had the label of being hoes more than the dark skinned girls. The darker skinned girls tended, when I was very young, they tended to get into, and of course, these aren't real relationships. We were like 11 and 12 and 13, but the darker skinned girls tended to actually date or be committed to at least one person. Whereas again, the light skinned girls that I remember were all over the place. And so in high school, when I got into high school, I'll never forget, man, my first day in high school. I went to a very good high school. And I'm not going to say the girl's name, but her name began with an L. And I still remember her from, I still remember her like it was from yesterday. We were all in Miss Hughley's class, and it was a science class. And I'll never forget her face. She just had these beautiful cheekbones. Her face was very symmetrical. She was about 5'4" at the time, 5'5". She was about, my height. And she just had this jet dark complexion. And she was beautiful. And she was insanely beautiful, actually, now that I think about it. And again, I recently saw her a couple of years ago. And, of course, we're in our 30s and, people do age. But when she was 15, man, she was insanely gorgeous. And all of the dudes I remember were trying to get at her. All of the dudes were trying to talk to her. And she really wasn't on it. Whereas the Puerto Rican, I went to school with a lot of Puerto Ricans, the Puerto Rican girls, the light-skinned girls, they tended to entertain boys more than the really good-looking dark-skinned girls. And now that it's all coming back to me, I'm really starting to realize that that there is some sort of systemic, I would say, game here in terms of with the media to downplay darker skinned women in the media, or it was at one point. And there's a reason why, I think. And I'm going to get into that in a minute, but I'm going to keep continuing with the stories about high school. So this girl that I saw, and she had only stayed there for a year, super dark, super, super bronze complected. I mean, super bronze complected, didn't have a scar on her face, didn't have a scar on her body. Her skin tone was just even, like it was just an even skin tone. And she had these beautiful fucking dimples when she would smile. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I was intimidated by this chick. I mean, she was just so confident. She was so boisterous. She was so, and we were kids, so she wasn't necessarily elegant, but she was just, different than a lot of the lighter skinned girls. You know, again, a lot of the lighter skinned girls would entertain boys. They would be all over the place. I'm not gonna lie to you. My first piece of coochie came from more of a brown complected girl. You know, I used to flirt with the Puerto Rican girls. I had one of my first intimate experiences in high school was with the Puerto Rican girl. She was mixed, so she's a mulatto. But the darker skinned girls are the girls that I always wanted to actually be with. And I'm talking about jet black. And a lot of them didn't entertain us as the boy. You know, a lot of those, this is the early 90s. I mean, I'm sorry, not the early 90s. This is the late 90s, 1999, 2000. So, back then, a lot of these girls, they had older dudes. You know, a lot of these girls had dudes who were in their mid 20s. Some of the niggas were 30, and there was no competition. You know, if you're 14, 15, you can't compete with a 25-year-old, especially back in the day, So a lot of those darker skinned girls had either they were not talking to anyone, or a lot of times if they were talking to someone, it was with somebody older. And not to say that the light skinned girls didn't do that or whatever, but it seemed more like the lighter skinned girls would, they were more playful with us. We were, they would let you kiss on their necks and all types of shit. And again, those were the girls that were labeled more quickly as, for the most part, putting themselves out. And so the thing is that, give me a second, guys. So the thing is that in high school, I don't think I slept with any girl who was super dark, but I wanted to. And I'm gonna get to the point here. I'm just telling you some stories, but I really wanted to. There were a lot of, black, dark, bronze complected females that went to school with me, and those were the girls that I actually desired. And to this day, I kind of regret not talking to the one girl freshman year. I was in love with her in my mind, of course, but she was just so intimidating, and it was just something about her aura. Now, when I got into college, a lot of college, you're around, sometimes 20 times as many people on any given day than you would have been in a high school setting. And I would never forget it. I was a freshman, and there was it was an upperclassman. This girl was, I think she was from Kenya. The girl had to be at least 6'1". She had a sister who was about 6'2", maybe. These girls were insanely attractive. And what I mean insanely attractive, I mean like it's almost like God had crafted this girl out of some sort of a mold. These two girls, especially the older sister, and it's almost as if this girl was from another planet. That's how insanely attractive this girl was. And me, I was I'm a freshman. Nobody really knew me. People knew me, but in terms of the respect from the upperclassmen wasn't there. It was no mingling with the upperclassmen if you were a freshman. And a lot of those chicks, man, were the chick that I'm talking about, who, this girl was maybe 8 shades darker than me. And her face was just perfect. She had insane facial symmetry. And her sister was just as gorgeous. Her sister was, I think, a little like an inch taller, but the older sister was the better looking one. And mind you, the younger sister was insanely attractive too. But I remember this girl would just walk, and she would just be she was just so refined. She was so refined acting. And again, freshman year, I had to, all the darker skinned girls were either dating older dudes that were freshmen. I'm talking about the freshman girls who were dark were dating older dudes, or they were dating, the school I went to, man, you were competing with the football team, the basketball team. A lot of those girls, still were practicing hypergamy, but it was no chance in hell for a random ass freshman. And so freshman year, I met this one girl. Her name, I'm not gonna say her name because she might be watching, but she was real petite, real attractive, not striking, not drop dead gorgeous like the older chick that she was like a junior. She wasn't drop dead gorgeous like the junior chick that I had saw on campus. Only spoke to a handful of times. But the girl that and I slept around freshman year, but my first actual, and I'm talking about dark, I mean super bronze complected. Her name began with a B, and if Jelani comes up, he could definitely verify it. But the girl was insanely, well, not insanely, but the girl was attractive, and by then I had slept around with maybe a dozen or so females by then, you know, since high school and freshman year. And when we would make love, it was totally different from when I would sleep with a lighter skinned girl or the few Hispanic or Puerto Rican girls that I slept with. It was just different. It was almost like, and mind you, me and her weren't even in a relationship, but it was just a different feeling when I had slept with a darker skinned girl. And I don't know where it came from years ago, but I have a theory on I have a theory on why I am more connected to darker women. And I'm gonna get into it. But let me read the comments first. What's up, Darren? Uh Black Panther Reborn said, "Wow, gorgeous dark skin like the galaxy." And Black Panther, stay around. And my theory goes with what you just said to a degree. Native Queen says, "I am biracial and I wasn't a hoe. The boys at school was obsessed with me, but I didn't date much. I was picky, but the dark light skin, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You were ugly to score." Okay. I'm trying to read that. I'm trying to read that. You might have to rewrite that. But again, the dark skinned girl that I had slept with, it was sensual. It was like when I would kiss her and she would kiss me. It was, oh my God, I still remember it from yesterday. And throughout the years in college that I was there, I slept with both dark skin and brown complected, a few light skinned girls. But it was something about the darker skinned girls that I was just insanely attracted to, you know. Um, and again, after college, when I started making a little bit of money, I for the most part sought after darker skinned females. A lot of the darker skinned females I sought after were a little bit darker than me, sometimes a lot darker. And again, the interaction with them would be almost like heavenly. And not to say that it's not heavenly with Roscoe says my mom is very dark like that. And not to say that it's not heavenly with a lighter skinned female or a brown or it's just a different, and I'm gonna explain it. It's just a different feel, in my opinion, with a dark skinned female. Now, here goes the thing. Now, growing up in media, a lot of dark skinned women were always portrayed as being ugly or being like, always a lesser role. Or I noticed this in a lot of TV shows and movies back in the day. All of the beautiful dark skinned or super bronze skinned women that I ever seen in my life, you would think that in the media back in the 80s and the 90s, they would have put these women at the forefront. But it's weird because a lot of the moms you saw on TV, like Harriet from the Winslows, Florida from Good Times, these were not attractive dark women. So I always thought to myself, why are they not picking the average looking dark? Hear me out for a minute. The average dark-skinned woman looks better than the average light-skinned woman. The average dark-skinned woman looks better than the average white woman. in terms of percentage to their their background. The average white woman to me looks bland. The average Asian woman looks bland. But if you really look at a dark-skinned female, if you take 10 women, if these 10 women represented all dark-skinned women, 7 of them look good. 7 of them look good. And out of that 7, 2 of them are strikingly attractive. But if you take 10 white women who represent the entire white culture, I would say about 3 or 4. And a lot of times with lighter skinned women, and I'm talking about light skinned women who profess to be black, if you take 10 of them, a lot of times it may be 3 that look good. A lot of them really don't have striking features. And I mean striking features. I'm not saying that they're ugly. Same thing with white women. I'm not saying that they're ugly or Asian women. It's just that a lot of white women are bland looking. A lot of Asian women are bland looking. But a dark-skinned woman, hear me out. Darker skinned women tend to have facial symmetry and they tend to have a lot of facial symmetry. Like everything is even. Don't get me wrong. I've run across some mud ducks who are dark. But a lot of times you see very good looking dark skinned women. And a lot of times, a lot of them are strikingly attractive. I mean, to the point where you're like you're just staring at them. Let me read the comments and I'm gonna continue. Dark skinned women age better and as time goes by. Now, hear me out. That's something I want to get into as well. Ginger says that woman is drop dead gorgeous. Yeah. Let's see. Callie says, I've been with all nationalities of women, and there's nothing like a beautiful black queen. Native Queen said, I said dark skin, light skinned girls. The beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You were just too ugly to score any woman. Don't be racist. I will flag you. Young player from the Himalaya says, light skinned chicks are considered the standard of beauty in the black community. Remember, Martin, Gina was the beautiful woman, and Pam was the ugly best friend, even though Pam looked better. Even when I was a kid, I used to watch Martin with my older sister. My older sister's 15 years older than me. And I'll be like, and I ain't gonna say my sister's name. I'll be like, hey, why is she the lead and not her? Even if you go back to when those 2 girls were in Little Shop of Horrors, I always thought Tashina Arnold was the better entertainer. Don't get me wrong. Tisha Campbell was a good entertainer and singer, but when you watch that movie and see those 2 girls singing, they were little girls at the time. They were like 12 and 13. Tisha Campbell is the better entertainer, and she looks better when they got older as adults. And it goes back to what I was saying about Florida from Good Times, Harriet from the Winslows, etc. I believe that especially back in the day, that dark skin, there is something that is powerful about melanation. And I'm going to get into the theory more in depth, but I want to get into it now, like in a little piece. I think that there is something that is powerful about melanation. I don't know quite what it is, but I think there is a genetic reaction towards darker skinned people. And I think that lighter skinned people understand it more than darker skinned people. And I think a lot of times back in the day, they didn't put beautiful dark women on TV back in the day because they knew that if you put a beautiful black woman as the character in Good Times, a beautiful black mother on Family Matters, that woman would overshadow everybody on set. Hear me out. Hear me out. So the mother on Good Times, her name was Esther Rolle, great actress. Esther Rolle was not attractive at all, but super dark. She still had a big impact on that show. Imagine if Esther Rolle would have been attractive. There would be no J.J. Evans. There would be, not only would she have been the star of the show, the standard of beauty in the 70s at a racial scale would have been dark-skinned women. And of course, back then, they couldn't let that shit happen. They couldn't let it happen. The same thing happened with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. When I was a kid, I swore the star of the show was the black mother because her character, her presence was so powerful. Not only was she a great actress, she could dance. Not only could she dance, she stole many of those scenes back then. And I really believe that's why Will Smith got rid of her ass. Because don't get me wrong, Will Smith he's an attractive man, he's tall, etc. But even he knew that I can't compete with her. So let's bring in the light-skinned mom who will fall into absolute obscurity, which she did. Let's bring in the lighter complected mother. And I really believe that there is something that is inherent within darker skinned people, something that is powerful, something that people actually fear. Let me read some more of these comments. Now, I want to go back to Native Queen. Now, she says, I was just ugly and couldn't score with any women. Sweetheart, I was banging light-skinned women, Hispanic women, well, Puerto Rican women, and dark women in high school and in college. And then God knows how many women I've banged as a man, for real. I'm just trying to tell you that I had a problem with my own esteem when it came to dark women because I was just afraid to approach them because their aura was so powerful. See, in the media, they try to portray black women as the crackheads, like in Boys in the Hood. Here goes the dark woman. She's the crackhead with the baby, remember? But I think they do that to actually destroy the image of dark-skinned women. Hear me out. What's her name from Different World? Jasmine Guy. Jasmine Guy is not even 60 years old, and she looks like a goddamn Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lisa Bonet, who was on the Cosby Show, she looks like a damn Triceratops. Light-skinned women, white women, do not age like dark-skinned women. And I think that's another thing in terms of darker skinned women, in terms of being the gold standard. Their skin tone is incredible, but I think there is something in darker or melanated skin that keeps our skin tough. Listen, I've come across old black women, and the darker they are, for some reason, like their skin tone or the less wrinkles that they have increases their looks. They look good for their old age. Tisha Campbell, and I'm not trying to talk about light skin or dark skin in a bad way, but Tisha Campbell looks horrible. Jasmine Guy looks horrible. But I could name you so many dark-skinned women who, yes, have aged, but they still have this youthful look. And to a degree, they still look good. Look, Angela Bassett is not even super dark, but her darker complexion has kept her looking decent. Denzel Washington's wife still looks good to be as old as she is. And I was actually thinking about Samuel L. Jackson's wife, who's 70, and that still looks relatively attractive. Listen, Ruby Dee was one of the most beautiful women in African American history. But when she got up into her 50s, her looks went to shit. Lighter skin. When she was 21, 22, drop dead fucking gorgeous. Hear me out. Give me a second, guys. My theory is this. And this may be a bizarre theory, but it is quite possible. And I used to try to deny this too, but it is quite possible that depending on what you think, whether you are a Christian, a Muslim, whatever you are, a non-believer, if you take it from the scientific point, it is possible that the first modern woman was a dark-skinned woman. And maybe we are genetically programmed to really love and like darker, we're genetically programmed when we see a darker skinned woman, the information from our ancestry it hits us like a bolt of lightning. And I think that's what it really is. Now, if you're a Christian, maybe the first woman on the planet by God was a dark-skinned woman. I don't know. I don't know your beliefs, but I believe that we are programmed. We are programmed to see royalty within darker women. Now, the standard of beauty, like I think it was young player from the Himalayas says, blacks are lighter skin is a standard of beauty in the black community. Now, here goes the thing. In ancient Africa, there were no light-skinned women. And because of the transatlantic slave trade, because of colonization or colonialism, recently blacks have fallen into this state of chaos where lighter is better. But that is a artificial reality. That is an artificial belief. The true belief is darker skinned women are the most attractive. If you look at most media now, if you look at most modeling ads now, they pick the blackest women ever. And there's a reason for it. With more people that are in the commercial world that are actually buying products, I think that these businesses realize that, hey, old rich white men aren't just buying purses and gifts for their wives anymore. You have a lot of people who are able to buy these products as well, and we have to cater to their belief systems now. And I think a lot of times back in the day, the old white man, he was so racist. I'm only gonna buy this if the woman is a white woman, because he had to instill or implement or manage the system of white supremacy to the point where even his denial of darker women was an artificial denial. Because a lot of times, even back in the day, those white men in the 30s, 40s, and 50s would have a black concubine. They would have a black. You think that this shit is new right now with this swirling shit? This shit isn't new. It's as old as the country is. It's as old as this country. The white man himself knows that darker skinned women are the gold standard. He even knows it. Eldridge says, shout out to the Nigerian hustlers. Black Panther Reborn says, I love black, like blue black men. Let's see. Ginger says, when I was young, you were only pretty if you had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a tan. I always thought that I was ugly because of that. I couldn't tan. Okay, Shauna, thank you. What's up, Paul? So the thing of the matter is that why are darker skinned women, or why should dark skinned women be the gold standard? Now, I'm not saying that every dark skinned woman is elegant. I'm not saying that every dark skinned woman is professional. I'm not saying that every dark skinned woman is domestic, because I've met lighter complected women who are just as domestic and elegant as well, and white women too. But again, the difference between those women and a dark woman is that a dark woman does not have to try as hard as a lighter skinned woman. Hear me out. In terms of makeup, dark skinned women don't need makeup. They just don't. In terms of just sheer beauty, a super dark woman, hear me out. All a super dark woman has to do is just be quiet. And if she's tall and if she's in shape, most men would really gawk over a darker skinned woman than a light skinned woman or a white woman. It's just the honest to God's truth. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, I know white men who would never talk to a dark skinned woman. That's true. And I'm going to tell you why. I hang with white boys. I do a lot of business with white boys. The only reason why they don't do that shit is because they still have in their minds that I have to uphold this system of racial white supremacy. Now, even though I really find this black bitch attractive, even though I find this black woman strikingly attractive, I have to pretend in front of all these other white men that I'm a white guy and I'm above all that and I can only date white. That's a lot of them. Listen, you guys have heard me talk. You know I'm free thinking. And I'm very honest and open. You know that I'm never gonna lie to you. I've had conversations with white boys behind the closet, or like just me and I'm like, you really like dark skinned women, right? And they're like, absolutely, they're insanely attractive. I'm like, I know they are because there is a genetic there is a genetic predisposition to actually like darker skinned women, and I think that's what happened to me when I was younger. I had to be told that light skinned women were attractive. Now, hear me out for a minute. Think about what I'm saying. When I was a kid, I remember TV shows. I remember a lot of rap songs. I remember a lot of people telling me that light skinned women were attractive. And then somebody could tell you something over and over and over and over. Then you start to believe it. But I was always a smart kid. I said, this light skinned girl doesn't even look attractive. This dark skinned girl looks 10 times better than her. Same thing with Martin. Almost everybody unanimously votes and says that Pam looked better. When I was a kid, I was like, God damn, Pam looks good. Pam looked better. The first mother on Fresh Prince looked better. But they had to program us to say, oh, no, that's not true. The lighters, no, no. That dark skinned chick looks 10 times better. You can't bullshit and try to program some nonsense with me. Let me read some more of these comments real quick. Because I think, guys, if you don't know, if you're not aware, go to the Kevin and Sales page. I'm trying to get everybody to go back to that page. That was my main page. It just came back yesterday. Let me read some more of these comments. Damn, these are a lot of comments. Oh, Jesus Christ. Black Panther Reborn says they have strong melanin, and melanin is in space. I really think that. I really think that because again, back in college, my freshman year, the first week that I was there, I can't even remember the girl's name. This girl looked like a goddamn alien, but I'm talking about in an exotic way. Again, she was about 6'1", thin. Oh, her leg. Oh my god. Oh. And her face was so symmetrical. And she had like eyes like this, sort of like that. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. She was insanely attractive. And I used to be drawn to her like a fly. Never had the same reaction with a light-skinned woman, a Hispanic woman, a white woman, never. But it was always with these super dark women. Man, I've been known to be out at bar. Man, back in the day, I used to go to bars after my first job out of college. I used to go to bars all the time, and there would be dark skinned girls there. I'll walk up to them, just literally just touch their arm, and say, "Hey, baby, what's up? How you doing? Put your number in my phone." Because the level of it. Hold on for a second. Who is this? Give me a second, guys. The level of attractiveness, the level of an aura that is outworldly is absolutely paramount. Give me a second. Let me read some more of these comments. Callie says dark skinned women are very sensual and giving. Black men don't sleep on most beautiful women on the earth. Dark skinned women, yeah. Ginger says I agree. Deontay says light skinned women are considered docile and submissive. The ex knew Viv, while dark skinned women are considered loud and obnoxious. Let's see. Pressure says Will Smith is the part of the establishment through Quincy. Let me suck on your dick, Jones. Oh, come on, guys. Come on. That's pretty filthy. Eldridge Cleaver says beauty still remains in the eye of the beholder. Behold, money and power. Let's see here. Dice TV says it's all about preference. There are plenty of people I do not find attractive, but other people do, especially on YouTube. I barely find any of them attractive, but others do. Dice TV says Hillary from the Fresh Prince busted now. Yeah. I never thought that Hillary was attractive, even as a kid. I never thought that. But people in school, older people would try to brainwash you into believing that shit. I'm like, I don't find her. She's certainly not ugly, but she's certainly not the woman that people would try to portray her to be. I'm like, she looks bland. She doesn't look like she has any sauce. Deontay says light-skinned women, mixed women, and white women age like milk when they hit their 30s. Jasmine Guy was so hold on for a second. Jasmine Guy was so fucking bad in the 90s, wasted beauty. I will admit, Jasmine Guy was very attractive, and she was an older woman on a different world, you know, and she's light-skinned. But man, she's aged terribly, terribly. Give me a second. Let me read some more of these comments, guys. Pressure says Felicia was light-skinned basehead in an abusive relationship with Debo. Yeah, that's true. Tisha Campbell looks terrible. Yeah. Paul Gray says my preference is dark-skinned ladies, but when it comes to marriage, any shade of black woman I would select. If she had a good heart, a positive mindset, and a strong relationship with God. And I can agree with that. I can respect that. Black Panther says Cicely Tyson was good at her age. Cicely Tyson, as we all know, died, I think, almost a month ago. I was in love with Cicely Tyson as a kid, and she was old when I was a kid. She was an old woman when I was a kid, but she still had this level of beauty in her face. Oh my God. I don't see that with lighter skinned women or white women. And I'm not trying to, again, bash other women, because I want other women to come to the panel and continue to come. But right now, I'm just talking about how I just believe that dark-skinned women are just the goddamn gold standard. I really believe that shit. I really believe it. I've always thought it, even as a kid. If you're just coming into the chat, you couldn't brainwash me as a kid to think that some of those light-skinned women look better than dark-skinned women. You couldn't brainwash me. And if you look at the standard of beauty, the greatest model in the 20th century is Naomi goddamn Campbell. Whites admit that. All other people admit that. And even blacks admit that. But you couldn't brainwash me to believe no shit like that in the 90s that light-skinned women look better. If they did, how come none of you can name a light-skinned supermodel from the 90s? Name one. Name one. You can't do it because that dark complexion, those cheekbones. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That facial symmetry is unique. And I'm not saying that light-skinned women or some Hispanic women are ugly. They're certainly not, but they don't have striking features. I have never seen it. A lot of times when you guys like, oh, she a Puerto Rican bitch, she a bad bitch. No, she has makeup on, making her look like a bad bitch. Wait till she takes that shit off. How many times have you guys dated a dark-skinned woman and she's caked her face with makeup? I can't name one time. And I've dated plenty of dark-skinned women. They don't do shit like that because they know that they don't have to do it. I dated a 40-year-old dark-skinned woman a few years ago. Chick was crazy. She almost attacked me at the bar one time. Beautiful. Her name began with an R. Oh, I still remember this. Oh my God, she was so fucking attractive. And she was 40 years old. And she just had, first of all, I love a petite dark-skinned woman. I just like small dark-skinned women. She was petite. She had no tattoos. She had her entire body was the same complexion. You deal with a light-skinned girl, white woman. A lot of times there's like, you know, sometimes the colorization is off. Man, when you find a dark skinned woman who has just one shade, that shit looks better than any fucking light skinned or Hispanic woman that I've ever seen. It's just the truth. Or white woman. It's just the honest to God's truth. It's the honest to God's truth. Give me a second. Deontay says, sir, Angela Bassett is a man. Look it up. No woman could get muscular like that. Native Queen says, that's what you tell us. You probably was jerking off behind the bike sheds. You are so full of it. It couldn't have. Oh, man, I can't read that. You got to speak proper English. Khalil says, Jasmine Guy looks terrible now. I always thought she was sexy in a different world, but now, yeah, she's horrible looking. Let's see. Joseph Allen says, I like the content. I subscribe to Vogue magazine. Don't ask me why. I love the magazine. Tons of beauty. Tons of beautiful women. You barely see fair. Check this out. This is what Joseph Allen said. He says you barely see fair-skinned women. You only see very dark women because dark-skinned women have always been the standard of beauty. They have, and it's not. Listen, if you're light-skinned or if you are a few shades darker than light, you're like a brown complexion. I'm not trying to dog you. I am just trying to say that there is a genetic predisposition in terms of a dark woman and why people are attracted to dark skin, and also dark-skinned women are the best looking. They have better facial symmetry. They just do. Again, percentage-wise, on percentage, you could get 10 dark-skinned women. And if these 10 dark-skinned women represent dark-skinned women as a whole, 7 of them are going to look good. And 2 of them are going to have striking features. It's just what it is. I don't know why it's like that. Listen, in Sudan is literally a nation of people that are models. Go to Sudan. Go to anything on YouTube. Look up people from Sudan. The men look good. And I'm not gay. The women are insanely attractive. That's just the average person in Sudan is a 9. Think about that. I'm not trying to brainwash you. Go look for your damn self. Go look for yourself. The average woman in Sudan is dark. I'm sorry, it's a 9. Let me read some more comments. Give me a second. Deontay says, remember when we was younger in the summer and dark-skinned people would avoid the sun to keep from getting blacker? Yeah. When I was younger, a lot of dark-skinned kids would do that. But I would be outside all day because I love getting dark. A lot of people said, hey, you know, you're ugly when you're brown, but when you're dark, you look way better. Now, whether they were joking or not, I don't know. They were probably joking. But I always like being outside in the summer because I wanted to get super, super black. Let's see. Joseph Allen says, some of my chocolate women have the greasiest juice. Native Queen says, you talk the most boring content out of here. Bye. Have a good one, Native Queen. Shauna Grant says, salute again. I'm proud of you. The other night was okay. Let's see. Okay, these comments are coming in. Let's see. Mike from Boston says, this comes down to preference. At the end of the day, everyone likes different things. Again, everyone does like different things. And what I'm telling you, what I like and what I've always liked is dark-skinned women. And I'm talking about jet black. Like this woman right here, this woman right here is not even that damn dark. But again, the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life are dark-skinned women. And the gold standard, I believe, should be dark-skinned women. I just believe that shit. And I'm not, and again, I've dated all types of women. And I like all types of women. But when it comes to having almost like a chemical reaction, like I've known this person, like we've lived several lifetimes together. I only get that when I look at a dark-skinned chick. I don't get that when I look at a light-skinned or a white or something like that. Yeah. Like that 40-year-old woman I was dating, the first minute I met her, well, really, she grabbed my penis while we were at the bar, and you know, that was like her greeting me. But yeah, I felt like an immediate connection with her. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus fucking. Khalil says, my daughter's mother is Japanese. I love Japs. And I catch flack for that, but she made me happy at the end of time. Now I want a chocolate chip. Yeah. Blake W says, respect to you for not falling for the ignorant color complex. Melanie McLean says, I lay out in the summer, get all one color, slap on coconut oil. Yeah, I've done that before. Formula EOSBM, I think she's talking to me. She says, you lying, Kevin and Sills. You love white women. Listen, I love all women. But the gold standard is dark women. I would prefer a dark-skinned woman. That's just me. I've always been like that. Formula, do you want to cam up? I'm going to drop the link only for Formula right now. Do you want to cam up? Mills Lane says, this is a no-brainer topic. Gold standard. Yeah. Mike from Boston, the algorithm says, now check this out. The girl in your avatar looks mighty light to me. I just said that. I just said she was not the darkest of women. But again, darker skinned women have a sense of elegance that's just natural. Now, some of them may be a crackhead. I don't know. But if you put a dark-skinned woman next to a white woman, and I'm talking about a tall, dark woman, tall, black legs. I mean, this 9 times out of 10, a person will pick the dark-skinned woman. It's just how it is, because people are very naturally darker skinned people are denigrated in society, are made to believe like they're ugly by society. And I believe I know why. It's because everybody acknowledges the fact that there is a powerful thing with melanation. I really believe that shit. And I think a lot of people want to fight it that are not melanated, even within the black race. Mike from Boston says, but that's you though. Not everyone is going to agree on what the gold standard is. That is certainly true. That is certainly true. Formula EOSBM says, not right now, I'm cooking. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're a woman. Hello. Moving forward. You're on mute.
Oh, I was just trying to say anything. What's going on?
Nothing much. It's an open panel. Feel free to openly speak. Go ahead.
Oh, I just think we've all been programmed to think light skin. I'm kind of confused because as I've been following along, I don't know if you're speaking particular about light skin in the black community or light skin as other nations.
In the black community.
The black skin?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think in our community, we've just been programmed in general to believe a lot of things. Even I had an experience not too long ago with my little cousin, and I was very perplexed because he's so young. He's probably about, I think, 10 to 11 years old. And even when he was talking about the girls that he was attracted to, he said verbatim, I don't like dark skin. And I was looking at him and I'm like, hey, what do you mean you don't like dark skin? You're dark skin. And I'm not dark skin. I'm light. I said, well, based on my complexion, are you lighter or darker than me? He said he was darker. I said, okay, then you're dark skin. So why don't you like dark skin girls? Oh, I just don't think they're beautiful. And I think that has a lot of to do with the beauty standards that are being pushed towards us. You know, of course, we all know that white women are the standard when it comes to beauty in general, the European look. And even now you have a lot of black women trying to recreate that look by wearing wigs and having a texture of hair that doesn't even come naturally to them. And even to the degree putting blonde in their hair, wearing blue contacts, hazel contacts. You know, most black people have dark brown eyes and dark brown hair or black, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I believe it's just a programming, and even when you look at it from a biblical standard, leprosy was the lack of melanin. You know, that was a curse that came upon people for their sin of disobedience. So I find it even more shocking that you have so many dark-skinned people bleaching their skin and trying to recreate the curse of leprosy. But that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to be too long-winded. I'm here at work, so I got to get back to the job.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, thank you for calling in, and please stay tuned. And it is an open panel all day, so please feel free to come back whenever you get off of work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Jabari Dorsey says, I'm a light-skinned guy, and I'll say that the super light-skinned women look weird as fuck. Real talk. Yeah. Listen, I don't think light-skinned women are ugly. I don't think white women are ugly. But what I'm trying to tell you is that on average, the women who have striking features that I've met, that I've seen in my life, have been dark women. A lot of weird looking women that I've met have been light-skinned black women. And what I'm saying, and Mike, I want you to hear me out because you're not black, but you're part of the culture. We are taught to believe that lighter skinned women look better, but they have to teach us that. By nature, even me as a kid, I was just attracted to dark women. They were girls at the time. I was a kid, a boy, but I was just always attracted to dark skinned females. Listen, when I ain't gonna say the name of the camp I went to when I was a kid, but when I went to camp, if Pride Nexus is in here, he went to the same camp, but he was, of course he didn't go when I went. I'm a lot older. I was in love with this girl who was dark, and she was so sensual. Oh my God. Never felt like that with a lighter skinned woman. I just never have. Never have. Ricardo says, that's why you love Shauna. Jabbar says, Formula EOSBM, I agree. He just don't like white women. He likes most who are light skinned. Okay. Blake W says, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah. That's what Formula EOSBM is supposed to be doing. He's supposed to be cooking. What are you cooking, Formula? The Weekend Girl says, makes me so sad when I see people of any race light in their dark skin. And I want to get into that as well. They traded their melanin to be a shade of gray. Let's see. Edmund is the brand says dark-skinned women look sexy as fuck. Yeah, that's true. Cosmic Crusader Labuto. So women are supposed to cook because they're women. Cosmic Crusader, yes. Women are supposed to cook. Formula EOSBM is a married woman. That should be expected. Her man takes care of her. She's married. Get your ass in there and cook. And it shouldn't even be a question. You should just do it naturally. Do it naturally. You're a woman. Mike from Boston says, I'm still going Colombian, Brazilian. Brazilian women are definitely black. If I had to choose, and I'm married to a white woman, but that's my honest answer. You see? Now here goes Mike from Boston. He's a white guy. But even he acknowledges darker skinned or darker complected women. Colombian women are dark, and Brazilian women are black. They're Africans. Jabari says, Jelani says, what's good, my people? What's up, Jelani? Khalil says, women wasn't put here to be in the kitchen, bro. I'm confused. Khalil's simping. He's simping. They weren't put here to be in a kitchen. That's true. We didn't have kitchens 10,000 years ago. But what women are here for, sir, is to be companions and to help out around the house. Her husband provides the house. She needs to be domestic. That's just the order of things. Guys, if I've offended anybody, please forgive me. But the beauty of dark-skinned women. Give me a second. Thank you for the donation, Jelani. Thank you very much. The beauty of dark-skinned women is that they have a natural, hear me out, they have a natural beauty. That's why dark-skinned women don't need makeup. How many dark-skinned, Jelani, you've dated dark-skinned women. I've known you for years. And you know this. Dark-skinned women don't need makeup. Generally, dark-skinned women don't really, if a dark-skinned woman is in shape, and if a dark-skinned woman is really quiet and regal and elegant, she will steal the show every single time. Every single time. That's why they didn't want that black woman on Fresh Prince. She stole the damn show. When I was a kid, I thought she was the star of the show. When I was a kid, the show came out when I was 5 years old. I thought she was the star. And then Will Smith got rid of her ass. He got rid of her. Got rid of her. Jabbar says, Labuto, if that's the case, why you always talk about dealing with mixed or white females in your youth? Prove that I did that, sir. Prove I did that. So again, why is it that, and for people who are just coming into the chat, if you look at shows like Good Times, if you look at shows like I'm sorry, not Good Times, but Good Times, or if you look at Rerun, they got these ugly, dark-skinned women. You mean to tell me that those women were more talented at acting or more popular at the time? No, there were plenty of beautiful dark-skinned women in the 70s. Why wasn't a super hot black woman or a dark woman the lead character in Good Times? Because the media wanted to portray dark-skinned women as ugly. And what better way to do it? Here, let's have the most famous show ever, Good Times, and let's show the mother as an uglier dark-skinned woman. That shit was done on purpose. The same thing with a lot of shows back then. They did that shit on purpose. They did it on purpose. I did it on purpose. Black Panther Reborn says, I agree. If the man is taking care of his woman, she should cook for him. Absolutely. Absolutely. She should be domestic. That's not even a question. Darker skinned women, it's like a melanin thing. Even darker skinned men. A lot of darker skinned men age great. If they don't, I hate to say it, a lot of times niggas drink and smoke and they do a lot of dumb shit. But a lot of older dark skinned men that I know in their 60s and 70s still look young. Hell, my own goddamn dad is 80-something years old and looks very young. It is something about that black melanation. I listen, I'm not a scientist, but what I do know is this. There is a reason why dark women age gracefully. Not all dark women age gracefully, but there is a reason why. What is at the molecular level of melanin? What is at the molecular level? Why do white women, I hate to say it, why do they hit the wall fast? Why do Asian women at 23 look like dinosaurs? But a black woman, she could be in her damn 40s or 50s, and if she's in shape, can literally compete with a younger woman in terms of aesthetic beauty. Listen, Angela Bassett is an old woman, but hell, even she can still compete with younger women. Now, let's not placate Angela Bassett. She doesn't look better than 90% of young women, but she has a better competitive nature in terms of aesthetic beauty with a younger woman than a Jasmine Guy. Jasmine Guy looks terrible. Suzanne Summers was hot as fuck back in the 70s. Suzanne Summers has looked like a damn dinosaur to me for the last 20 years. But she was drop dead gorgeous when she was like 24, 25. I think she was in her 30s actually with I can't think, Three's Company. But they don't age gracefully. That's why black women are the gold standard. I mean, dark black women, they are literally the gold standard in terms of beauty. And if you don't really believe me, if you just think, beauty's the eye of the beholder, if you're offended, do me a favor. Go on YouTube, type in Sudan, type in women from Sudan. You will literally see a city, cities over in Sudan, of human beings walking around, and almost every human being looks like a damn supermodel. They don't have makeup on. They don't have cosmetic surgery. They don't need to. Let me read some more comments. Jelani says, I've dated some that don't need that much clown makeup. Yeah, black women don't wear it. They don't need it. Shauna Grant says the dark skin naturally hides any skin imperfections. That's why makeup isn't needed. I agree with that. Jelani says clown faces are the light skinned ones typically. Yes. When I got into college, when girls started really wearing makeup, these light skinned girls or white girls would come out looking like damn court jesters. Now, I'm not saying anything is wrong with makeup. I actually did a video on makeup. But the thing of the matter is that if you don't wear the makeup right, you'll end up looking like a damn Joker card. Whereas the dark-skinned females that I remember in college, they didn't wear makeup. They didn't have to. They wore a little smidge of lipstick sometimes, but they didn't have to. And again, a lot of the darker skinned girls, I hate to say this, were more elegant. I don't know how this shit on TV or why they portray dark-skinned women as fucking loud and obnoxious. But the most loud and obnoxious girls I ever seen in my life are brown-skinned girls. You know, like mid-complected girls. Because again, I think that lighter-skinned women or brown-skinned women have something to prove in terms of their blackness. I think that's why they're I've never really seen like a beautiful dark-skinned girl acting a fool. I've never seen it before, or maybe I have seen it before and just have amnesia. But Jabari Dorsey says, in society, typically in Western society, we are taught to see dark and more melanated women as not beautiful. But in reality, the more melanin, the more natural beauty. Correct. I agree with that, sir. Khalil says, how am I sipping? Relationships are based on 50-50. A man can get in the kitchen and cook as well, especially if he's hungry. What are you talking about, sir? Relationships are not 50-50. They're not. Most men, come here a second. Everybody's texting me. Most men typically are the breadwinners, even in this day and age. Now, you have more women making a lot of money, but most men are the breadwinners. Most men make a lot more money than their wives. Truth be told, most men are even taking care of their wives. Sometimes their wives don't even work. In actuality, the relationship is really lopsided. So it's not 50-50 a lot of times. So the woman, all the man requires of the woman is just be domestic and look good. So if a man says, sweetheart, the key to a man's heart is food. I made the story about this. I fell in love with this dark-skinned girl from Congo. Jelani knows who I'm talking about. Dark-skinned girl from Congo. Went to her uncle was a professor at the university that I went to. She had a table full of food and beer for me. I said, who the fuck is coming over here? She said, no, it's just for you. Oh, I fell in love with her right then and there. But if you cook for a woman, women don't have that same thing. You cook for a woman, she's like, oh, baby, that's nice. They don't have that. Food for a man, think about it. Men are hunters, right? We don't hunt now. But think about what food does to the psyche of a man. Women didn't have to hunt thousands of years ago. They were physically, they're incapable of hunting, and they didn't do it. So food to a man is totally different than food to a woman. Khalil, you have to be a young dude. I'm thinking you're like 26, 27. You're probably younger than that. But please continue to listen. Jabari says cake faces are typically light-skinned women. Yeah, that's certainly true. That's certainly true. Jabbar from New York says, you know who is beautiful dark-skinned woman? Clyde Diva. Jelani says relationships are not 50-50. It's 100, by the way. Labuto, Thelma was dark-skinned. Thelma. Oh, the neighbor. She was dark-skinned. She actually died a few years ago. Blake says, hey, what about Dee from Moesha? She was gorgeous. Now, I'm glad you brought that up. Because I'm going to tell you something about Dee that a lot of people don't know. Her name is Cheryl Lee Ralph. And Cheryl Lee Ralph was insanely gorgeous when she was young. A lot of people don't know that are our age, but I watched a lot of movies from the 60s and 70s. Cheryl Lee Ralph was, and I'm talking about insanely gorgeous. I'm actually going to share the screen real quick and show you Cheryl Lee Ralph. But she was insanely, and I mean insanely gorgeous when she was young. This is a photo of her right here when she was young. This is a photo right here. I'm trying to find one when she was really young. See, she's about 30 right here, but when she was like 19, 20, I mean, drop dead gorgeous. And I mean, drop dead gorgeous. And of course, with age, looks tend to decline. But Shirley Ralph, oh my God, Jesus Christ. She was in that movie with I can't think of the movie she was in. Oh my God, hold on for a second. Let me look it up. It was her first movie, actually. Her first movie was A Piece of Action with Bill Cosby and Sidney Poitier. A Piece of Action. She was like 19 in that movie. She was in anyway. The algorithm says hold on, let me see something real quick. The algorithm says, Labuto, did you used to like Lady Shay? It makes sense now. Jelani Dorsey says, I'm not speaking about dark-skinned women, by the way. Jelani also says he needed clarity on the highlighted post. Ginger says, Shauna Grant, that's why white women tan so much. It hides imperfections. Again, here goes Ginger, beautiful white woman. She's telling you the goddamn truth about white women. They tan because of that. They tan because they understand how they look compared to other women. It is what it is. Jabbar in New York says, Labuto, you are correct, but it's a sad reason why most black people don't show signs of aging. Jelani Dorsey says, dark skin versus light skin division is still affecting our people today. Yeah, we're from the Midwest. I don't really see it as much, but I can agree with that. Jelani says, nothing wrong with makeup, but you can't fake someone out and go from natural Freddy Krueger to Beyonce. And I feel like that's what a lot of lighter skinned women do. They fake you out. Let's see. Jelani says, I'm woman, doesn't have to pay the house note, among other things. If I was by myself, I could pay with a woman in my life. I still take care of everything. Yeah. Oh, Khalil is 34. Jelani says, a man who begs his woman to split bills doesn't have a reason to be with any woman in the first place. That shit is weak, honestly. Yeah, it is. Jelani says, my woman doesn't have to pay the house note, among other things. If I was by myself, I could pay. And with the woman in my life, I could still take care of everything. Yeah. Melanie McClain says, that's the most precious things. Oh, God, I'm stuttering my words. She's speaking to Jelani. She says, that's the most precious thing I've heard in a long time. Where'd he go? It's good to know it's men still around. Paul Gray says, Shirley Ralph is attractive with a brick house body. Yeah, she is. But when she was 19, oh my, you got to look her up, man. She was insanely attractive. Insanely attractive. And that's how most dark-skinned women are. They're insanely gorgeous. Like the women that I met in college, that I knew in college. Oh my God. Listen, I like all women. But when it comes to a dark woman, it is something that is majestic about it. They are majestic. Ginger says there is an ageless. I'm studying my words today. There is an ageless gene actually found in dark skin more than in light skin. That's probably what it is. Listen, a lot of Africans, like I'm talking about actually from the continent, not niggas like me. They believe that a lot of people in Africa, like you see these old people, or they say, I have a friend who's actually from Nigeria, who actually lived in Nigeria up until recently. He said a lot of those old people in those villages are 200 years old. I said, get the fuck out of here. He said, bro, a lot of those people are 170, 180. At first I thought he was bullshitting around. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. But he said, listen, a lot of those villages have not, they don't have contact with the cities over in Nigeria. You got Lagos, you got Abuja, you got all these cities, in Nigeria. He said a lot of those villages still live how they did thousands of years ago. He said a lot of those people are really old. And those people you see, those old people are very old. They're like 190 years old. They don't have chemicals in their food. They have clean water. Jabbar from New York says, white women tend to look like light skin or Spanish dark women. I don't know. I mean, that could be up for debate. Cosmic Crusader says, have you seen Lisa Bonet? Oh my gosh, she looks so different. Yes, Cosmic. That's what I've been saying for the past 25 minutes. Light-skinned women do not age like black women. They just don't. About 40, it's a wrap. Tisha Campbell looks like hell right now. And I like Tisha Campbell. I was a fan of hers as a kid. I remember her from The Little Shop of Horrors. I mean, she was a lot older than me, but I remember her from that movie with Tashina Arnold. Give me a second. But Tisha Campbell, I hate to say it, she just, she didn't age gracefully. And Tashina Arnold still looks good. She looks like a completely different person. And I noticed that shit as a kid. I noticed it as a kid growing up. I noticed it. I noticed how light-skinned women look. Like my teachers, people of authority that were older, light-skinned women, they just didn't age good. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just is what it is. Just like I'm short. How come I can't have been tall? These are just facts. Ricardo says, Labuto, did you hear about the case when the Chinese guy sued his wife for being ugly? I did hear about that. Blake says, I just checked Cheryl Lee Ralph. She was cold back then. Yeah, Cheryl Lee Ralph. People don't know this about Cheryl Lee Ralph, who's D off of Moesha. When she was 19, 20, 21, she may have been the most beautiful woman in America at that time for those 3 years. Because when I saw her in that one movie, well, of course, the movie was old by the time I was born, but she was a young girl at the time. She was like 19, 18, whatever. I think that she was one of the most top beautiful women in the country. And she was super dark. Thank you, Blake. Black Panther says, it's true. I meet a lady in a village in Ghana. She was 126. I'm telling you, man, that shit may be real about that aging gene with blacks. Jelani says, Ricardo Emanuel, I did see that story about the Chinese man who sued his wife for being ugly. Laughing my ass off. True story. Jabbar in New York says, yeah, Tisha looks like hell due to plastic surgery. Mills Lane says, now you gonna make me defend aging light-skinned women. Sir, have at it. Mills, I don't mind you coming up on the panel. Dorothy Damebridge. I don't know how she aged. I don't know how she ended up looking old. Let me look this up real quick. Dorothy Damebridge. Let me see how she looked when she was older. I thought she died young, though. Yeah, I think she died when she was young. Wait a minute. Yeah, you can't use Dorothy Damebridge. She died very young. She died at 42 years old. You can't use her. You can't use her at all, actually. Unfortunately, you can't. She died very young. Very, very young. Very unfortunate. Guys, or females, if you have a young daughter and she's having complexion issues because these things still go on, talk to her. Don't have her watch this show. I mean, there's too many vulgarities on this show, but talk to her. Let her know. Let her know that she is the queen of the universe. Let her know that her beauty, I hate to say it, but let her know that her beauty is beyond this planet. Her beauty is beyond this planet. Her beauty is celestial almost. And that's how dark-skinned women look. Dark-skinned women, to me, who are very gorgeous, look like aliens. Like, I'm talking about gorgeous aliens. People that are not of this world. Again, a lot of white women, a lot of Asian women, a lot of light-skinned women, they just look bland to me. They look bland when I was a goddamn kid. And then the movies, TV shows, they'll tell you, oh, they look good, they look good, they look good. But again, they're promoting an agenda. Whites are telling you that white women are looking good because they're promoting racial white supremacy. You can't have racial white supremacy, and if you're on and you're putting the black woman on a pedestal, you can't do that. If you're the ruling class, why would you do that? You can't go to Japan and expect them to believe that dark-skinned women are the best. No, they're gonna pick a bland-ass Japanese woman. But they even know that dark skinned women are more attractive. I don't think the dark skinned woman Grace Jones was ugly. I never thought Grace Jones was ugly as a kid. People used to say she looked like a damn man. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Grace Jones is probably one of the most beautiful women in the damn 80s. Pam Grier was very good looking in the 70s, but she hit the wall really fast. Give me a second, guys. She hit that wall. What's going on, AR?
What's up, man? I don't know. Am I on screen? I can't see myself.
Do you want to be on screen? Give me a second.
Oh no, it's all good. I can talk to you. Okay, yeah. It doesn't
yeah. You there before?
Listen, man, I appreciate you letting me on. You know.
Oh yeah, all day panel, man. It's all you.
Yeah, man. So, you say Grace Jones is beautiful. Are you saying that a dark-skinned woman is beautiful? Is this the actual chaotic truth speaking?
Well, I've always said that darker complected women are the standard of beauty. I've always said that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I've always said that.
But you get on. You do say the light-skinned women are better, right? Better looking.
When did I ever say that? You never heard me say that.
Really?
Mm-mm. if you heard me say that, please snip it. I've never said that. I may have said that they're less combative or something like that, but I've never said that lighter complected women were more attractive. I've never said that.
You're trolling or are you serious?
Sir, you can find it yourself. I've never said that. I've always said darker complected women were more attractive. I just said that they're more crazy. I've never said that. I've never said that.
You're trolling.
Fine. I listen, AR. Listen, everything is up. You can try to find
it. All right, I believe it low. You
may have created a false memory, but I've never said darker complected. I've always said darker complected was better. I mean, was attractive.
Okay, I'll man. I take your word for it. I think
what you're getting confused is that I talk so much about the Black community that it's probably you probably have created like a false memory maybe about me saying that. Yeah,
I'm pretty much on point with what I say, but I think we're both on point. So, but I am going to admit that I am incorrect, so it's all good,
No problem.
But I do appreciate your platform. You do have some darkies coming after you, which is a good thing. That means your voice is being heard,
Yeah.
What do you think about?
What do you think? What do you think, man? This is the open panel for you guys. What's going on?
Nah, man, I do. What is your thoughts on? There's quite a bit of mostly light skin, but in general, women that are created a path within the manosphere, even if it's not you want to be labeled manosphere, but just that path, they're making the way. I call them culture vultures.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
In terms of I'm sorry, who's the culture vulture? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll put it in the back. I mean, I don't want to hold on one second. Let me put it in the back chat. Oh, what's that woman's name? She just she was close to Kevin Samuels, light-skinned lady.
Talking about Six the Goddess.
Not Six the Goddess, but I guess it could be one of her, but not necessarily Six the Goddess. Most of our audience is male, right?
I don't know who you're talking about now.
Six the Goddess. Most of our audience is men.
Yeah,
right?
But I know you're talking about the other lady,
Melanie King.
Melanie King. Yeah. What about her, sir?
No, what I'm saying, not necessarily her, but women like her that are basically entering men's spaces, being like what they call like a pick me within social media.
Yeah.
And obviously because of their looks, even though all they're doing is copying off of your talking points, Kevin Samuels, just repeating the same information, but they get all these views and stuff.
So you're saying well, yeah. So in that case, yeah, women, particularly that type, they do see the lucrative nature, meaning financial, obviously, and popularity. And generally speaking, women want to be around what's popping. That's why they don't support the WNBA. They support the NBA because the NBA is more popular. It's a better product. So they don't stay in their spaces because they know that their spaces aren't as lucrative. So they come to men's spaces. So yes, they are culture vultures to a degree.
Do you? Because I do want to see the rise of the WNBA. I do want to see them
Yeah.
do better financially. Do you believe that they should play with no shirt on, or they should be naked playing? Do you think that will increase?
No, they tried that in football with the lingerie league.
It didn't work.
It's a what is the word I'm looking for? It's a something that's very popular for something very briefly, and I don't mean 15 minutes of fame, like a novelty. It's like a novelty. Like after a while, you get you get tired of it as a man, right? Because even though they are half naked, you can always watch Pornhub, etc. You don't have to watch these bimbos tackling each other. That's not really attractive at the end of the day. I mean, it's cool at first for like a game or two, but no man really wants to see 6 foot tall, muscular women tackling each other. Now they do have great bodies, I will admit, but come on, man, let's be honest, man. Football is a American sport, and and true football fans, true sports fans don't want to see a devolved game with added sexuality. So absolutely.
Yeah. I think the only way the WNBA can be increased in reality is that they do some sort of crossover. That's pretty much about it. If they come over to, which they get demolished, but I just think it's funny with all those complaints, but women don't even support their own cause.
Well, yeah, I mean, generally women, and I'm glad you brought this topic up. Let's be honest. Your average American woman cares about 2 or 3 things: fashion, um, drama, and sex or something. Women aren't really complicated. They don't really have complex brains like men do. So of course they're not going to support something like that. They don't care about 6'1" dykes running up and down the court doing layups and missing layups on a 10-foot rim. So no, they're not going to support that. If it's not fashion, if it's not some drama, they ain't supporting it. It's not on their brain to support it. Go ahead, sir.
No, no. I just thought that was. I just thought that whole dynamic was so important to observe. And even with Brittany Grinder,
Yeah.
the LGBTQ community turned their backs on her without publicly saying it. Because when Dave Chappelle did his jokes, they came out in thousands. Bro, I didn't even know that many existed.
Yes,
But
sir.
when it came to Brittany Griner, one that advocated she hates America and LeBron James would rather be in Russia than America, whatever. Um, you hardly see the only people that was posting about it really was men.
Yeah, at the end of the day, um, as social justice warriors, uh, lesbians, like Jesse Lee Peterson, at the end of the day,
Lesbian.
it's free to march. You can march all day in America. You can become an activist, but America allows you to do that. But you can't really do that in Russia. And they know that. So that's why you didn't hear really anything from Black Lives Matter or any other feminist group, because they know that they don't have a say so under under Putin's government. You know, that's a very masculine society ran by men. Um, it's a different culture over there. So no, though, true femininity knows masculinity will always be superior, and a feminist knows that as well. I've always said that the only woman that I would knock out is a dyke. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor. And they know that. And so they know that because a dyke will test you. See, a feminine woman will never test you, but a dyke will test you.
Man, oh man,
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
when I sit down, I really think about the black community in general. Is actually really sad that
Yeah.
I share that same complexion with them, color. I don't think there's no repairing. Man, you can put out as many programs as you want, because now they're trying to legalize mushroom, the drug. They put it in a pill form. They're going to legalize it.
Well, the last thing that the society wants to do is to legalize a psychotropic or psychoactive drug like mushrooms or acid. Those drug, it's not even really a drug, but that is really for people who have superior brains, people who can handle an over. See, imagine a computer, right, from 20 years ago, and you're trying to update it with 2022 information or data. You can't do it. It doesn't have enough RAM or it doesn't have enough storage to. It's not compatible. That's how mushrooms are. Mushrooms are an advanced um, extraterrestrial communication device in the form of fungi. And a lot of people are walking around with 8-bit memory. And you introduce that to a larger population, and they're going to go crazy because they're not going to understand the overwhelming amount of information that they're going to get from a substance like that. For example, when people say things are melting during a shroom trip, well, things aren't actually melting. But what you have to understand is that at the subatomic level, everything is made up of atoms, and atoms are jiggling particles. And so what you're probably seeing is some sort of time dilation. So you're actually seeing the particles jiggle. So you're actually seeing things, well, quote unquote, melt, but you're actually seeing things at a time delay. But somebody who's a retard, they're going to trip balls. They're not going to understand what's happening. So people with superior brains like yourself, you will understand what's going on. So no, I don't think that they should legalize it at all. Now 20 years ago, if you'd have asked me, sure, I would have definitely agreed. But now, absolutely not. Give the masses alcohol, give the masses cigarettes, and let them watch their sports. That's it, sir. The masses of people are stupid.
Yeah, I think that even within government, even when the people that are on, I give the government somewhat of a credit, because even when you're in on welfare, they have so many programs. Listen, when you're on government assistance, they offer so many different programs.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of fact, you're supposed to actually work for your assistance. But a lot of people claim disability. They claim all this stuff. They even have daycare centers so you can go out and get your education. The
Yes, sir.
government is not holding people back.
No, the government is not holding anybody back. In fact, the government that we have in America is probably the greatest government in the history of humanity. If it were not for this government, my good sir, we will be living in mud huts and shitting in toilets. So I despise people when they disrespect this government. I despise the fact that people can sit in their 5-bedroom home in their cul-de-sac driving their Mercedes, having free education, and still disrespecting this government. It's almost a punchable in the face offense. Go ahead.
No, my aunt, she was on Section 8,
Mm-hmm.
but all these different programs and so forth they offer her, they listen. I'm not saying they do it for everybody, but they
Yes.
pay for her. She had a bachelor's degree. They paid for her college, because what happened is that she had one child, she had two children, and then my mom and her other sisters convinced her to get a tube side. No more. I mean,
Yeah.
she's still
Why was
doing
she
crazy
having
shit.
children? Well, see, the question is, I have to ask her, and I think that what we're gonna have to start doing is that people like yourself need to ask, why are you having children if you're poor? Again, there's nothing wrong with being poor in America, but don't bring children into the world if you are poor. You're setting them up for failure. If you're working at McDonald's as a single person, whether you're male or female, fine. Do you. If you're working at Amazon, fine, do you. But unless you're making, and AR, you may not agree with this, but in my opinion, unless you're making about $250,000, you shouldn't have no more than one child. Now, maybe one is fine under $250,000, and obviously something that's over 50 or 60,000 a year. But if you're having 2 children, you need to be making $250,000 and over, because you know anybody with intelligence will see that. Listen, if you're not making that much money, you're not going to be able to send your kids to a superior school system like a private school. So you're at the whim of a inferior product, which is the public school systems. So you are automatically setting them up for failure. Um, yeah, the public school system in America, in my opinion, is the equivalent of East India. Go ahead, you get the floor.
You know, I have adopted son, which is my
Yeah.
nephew.
Hmm.
It costs this is additional expenses. It costs about 30. I'm paying about 3,100 a month.
Yes, sir.
That is just for his talent.
Yes, sir.
I believe it's a parent's job to find the child's talent. Like I shouldn't be 37 years old, find out how to do a YouTube stream. Y'all like, I mean, I'm just giving you an example. Like I should have been 15 years old, have a clear purpose. Yo, when I turn 18, this is what I'm doing, not when I'm 35 years old or 30 years old.
Yes, sir.
So I'm pouring everything I can, but I can't afford to have that's not even my biological child. I can't afford to have an actual child. The cost to put your child in a safe environment, I don't care what people say, because when you go to a military, when you join the military, you're surrounded within, for the boot camp was 6 months, 6 weeks or whatever. You're locked in there. You're put off from the world, and you're in training. You're not in other countries. You're in training, and I think it's the same when you have children. You need to isolate them around your teachings and make sure they have
Yeah.
the best life, man.
Yeah, I totally agree, sir. Especially if they are living in America. I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, if anybody is listening out there, rest in peace to Ava Muhammad. Ava Muhammad has been reported that she has passed away. She was a phenomenal woman. I've met her. I met her one time when she came to the mosque here in Cleveland. Uh, I know previously in the 90s she had cancer, but I don't know what are the details behind her passing away. She was the first national minister of female, first female national minister of the Nation of Islam. That is what a woman should be. Go ahead, AR. You got the floor, sir.
Oh no, I was just looking her up too because I didn't really quite know who she was. But um, she was Farrakhan's wife.
No, she was not Farrakhan's wife, uh, but she was a student of the Minister Farrakhan, and she was the national representative of him at one point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, phenomenal black woman. She is what most black women should emulate, in my opinion. I met her; she was beautiful. Um, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, I think that rest in peace to her. But I do want to dig. I want to also I want to I want to know why Nation of Islam has their own military. They're in Chicago, and they're in Chicago. Michelle Obama. What are the billionaires? Michael Jordan, Oprah Winfrey, Kanye West, and no one can stop the violence that's amongst those people.
Well, you can't stop violence amongst the people who are inferior. The fact of the matter is that you have a situation where, let's be completely honest, half of black people are absolutely violent. 25% of black people are on the verge of being violent, and the other 25% live in constant fear of having violence inflicted on them. And they also harbor the violence. It is a very chaotic situation in Chicago. I would absolutely avoid Chicago at all cost. Uh, um, even though the Nation of Islam does have their own quote unquote quasi paramilitary, you cannot. They don't have enough manpower and resources, and they don't really have the political influence to garner change there. Um, and yes, Chicago does have black billionaires. You have Oprah, you have Michael Jordan, but let's be completely honest. At that status, they're not worrying about street niggas killing each other. They have investments at high levels. Their brain is more global. Michael Jordan, listen, trust me. The last time he probably thought about a nigga was 40 years ago. His brain is so global. He has a global brand. If we were a spacefaring race, he would have a galactic brand. His brain does not focus on inner city dumb black niggas. I understand them. Listen, I used to be like you, or not you, but I used to be like people at one point, right? And you say, how come they're not doing anything? Well, the thing is that you're dealing with a man who's superior. His Michael Jordan is a superior black man, and superior people don't deal with inferior people. And so, why on earth would an Oprah Winfrey, a Michael Jordan, who are superior, deal with inferior nonsense? Dealing with niggas killing each other over what somebody said or did to their baby mama or something, yada yada yada. So, I actually support Oprah now. I actually support the fact that she didn't build a school with those niggas to destroy because they're niggas and she knows that they're ungrateful black niggas who are destructive. And so I agree with it. Now, when I was younger, AR, trust me and believe me, I would have never said these things. But I have grown to see and grown to know that there is something that is fucking wrong with our people. But actually, I don't consider them our people anymore. I consider superior blacks like yourself my people. Even though you're half, you're light complected, but whatever, Go ahead.
Well, my father's Irish, so
Oh, okay, good.
credits to him. That's
Yeah.
mostly why I'm civilized.
Probably so, and that's a possibility as well. Why you're mostly civilized as well. And that goes back to the whole light skin thing. Maybe that's the reason why you don't really see lineups of black men that are lighter complected. Now you're starting to see a little bit more, but typically, if a crime is committed and the news report says something, you already know 9 times out of 10 the mug shot is going to be a person my complexion or darker because darker blacks are stupid and ignorant and violent. Go ahead, sir.
Now let's talk about this aggression. I do want to go back into the Oprah thing, but this aggression thing is not a bad thing. It is extremely important to be aggressive at certain times, but the lack of
if aggression was key and if aggression was important, it sure as hell didn't help the black man in ancient Africa when the white man came over there and was whooping ass and taking resources. So, that aggression means absolutely nothing in terms of the black culture. All right, so you're aggressive, but your aggressiveness hasn't conquered the planet, extracted resources, and created finished products. Your aggression hasn't done anything on a global scale. So you could be aggressive all you want, but your aggressiveness is inferior compared to the European man or the Asian man. It's the truth. It's the truth.
I think the main issue with this is that Africans don't like Black Americans. I think that's part of the problem.
Well, whether an African likes a Black American or not, you're dealing with a group of people who literally live in mud huts, who literally don't have infrastructure in their own homeland. And it shames me to say that because, I'm first gen, but it's the truth. So who cares if an African doesn't like an African American or vice versa? You're dealing with groups of people who have no global influence. I mean, other than entertainment and sports, but no real global influence politically, militarily speaking. We know resource speaking, absolutely not. So this is why content like this is needed because you have a lot of African Americans who cry all day about how come Africans don't like us, but all the while they're living in the greatest country on the planet, worrying about what some dirty African is thinking about them.
I'm talking about the Africans that come to America.
Well, the Africans who come to America obviously look down upon African Americans. I mean,
I don't blame them. I understand why.
Wouldn't you? Yeah, you come from a shithole. You come from a place where there's really no running electricity most of the week. A lot of times there's no advanced sewage systems, and you see these people who look like you, who live in this great country. I mean, literally, the streets are made of gold, and you see them acting a fool, shooting and killing each other. They got 50 kids out of wedlock. You see these people, and I can understand why a immigrant who stepped off the boat despises African Americans. I can see that, and I actually support that. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I definitely do because in New York City, there's certain. Do you understand that there's certain? Huh?
I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's certain sectors where Africans are, they have their own they have their own community. So with them having their own community, there's there's no violence over there. I mean, they're all at work, bro. I swear they're at work 24/7.
Well, yeah, you're dealing with the Africans that come over here generally are hard working, they're focused, and a lot of times they don't have time. See, what the problem with Black Americans that I've noticed is that Black Americans, when idle, that's when they are really violent. You have groups of people like the Africans, Asians. They come over here, they're working 3 and 4 jobs. They're working or they're building businesses. They're constantly working, so they don't have time for chitter chatter and little beefs. And so that's what probably keeps them out of trouble. See, you walk down the street, you can see 2 Black Americans talking. It's always a negative conversation. It's always something evil coming out of their mouths. It's always some drama shit. You know, uh, when you walk past whites, typically it's, oh yeah, John, he's gonna go to Harvard and blah blah blah. It's a different thing. So blacks chitter chatter about absolutely nothing, and so that's why we're Black Americans particularly in the situation that they're in.
You know, one thing
Hopefully,
I do think
I'm not being too blunt. Am I?
we could be no, you're not. You're actually, you're not
Could you hold
blunt
it?
enough.
Ar, do me a favor. Can you hold it down for like 2 minutes for me, real quick?
Absolutely. So, one of the things I do is that because I know the intention of a black person, just in case I would have shopped there, I make sure every morning I spend about an hour a day, every day, 7 days a week, even on Christmas. It doesn't matter what it is. Before I take a shower or anything, I make sure I come to this computer and I spend about an hour doing reviews on black businesses, leaving bad reviews, just in case I would have shopped there, because I know if I did shop there, I would have had a negative experience. So I dedicate myself to doing that, and I highly encourage um, everyone else. If anyone else is black that's watching and they have a business, can you please leave the name of your business in the comments so I can I do a review you? But listen, I do find it interesting that even like I'm in New York, Jay-Z was from New York. He bragged about selling drugs to his own community. That's how and people bought into him. People bought into him. Michael Jordan, people bought into him. They bought the ticket. If no one was coming to those games, he would never have made it. He would never have been where he's at right now. If no one bought his sneakers, he would never have been where he's at, right? Even though he's global, but globally, whatever, right? So for him, for Jay-Z or for him, let's say Michael Jordan, not to pour back into the people, not to hire private security, not to donate to Chicago Police Department, to be able to hire more police and so forth and patrol those areas, leave NYPD inside the project. Like they should have cops, project the cops, and just fucking be in military tanks. And, if the people poured into them, why not? Why when he got to where he's at, he doesn't pour into the people? Even though, like, Chaotic spoke on Oprah built a school in Africa that she is under scrutiny for. Supposedly, her students allegedly were trafficked to Epstein's Island. So there was over a dozen black girls that were missing, even till this day, from her school in Africa. She has an all-girls school, and she was under scrutiny for that, but that was kind of swept under the rug, and no one really talks about it, whatever. But I do believe it's the people's responsibility. If the people have supported you to get where you're at, you have an obligation. It's your responsibility to pour into the community, especially when it doesn't mean nothing to you. You're not even you don't even have to be involved. Yeah.
You're asking some good questions, sir. And I'm glad we can utilize this platform to really be honest.
Yeah.
But AR, here goes the thing. The white man and the Asian, they're advancing at astronomical rates. You got to think about this, AR. What terrifies me is just 40 years ago, your average Chinese lived in rural China, what do they call it? Mainland China. My sister lived in China for a year. My brother lived in Japan for 2 years. You know, Japan's a different nation, of course. Here goes the people who literally were living like how their ancestors were living 1,000 years ago, just 40 years ago. And now they have 100 mega cities. And on average, each of them have over 1 million population. These people are advancing at astronomical rates. And you already know the Japanese are advancing. When a black man like myself, when I sit back and I'm looking at these people, there's nothing, in my opinion, on surface that's impressive about them. But when I'm looking at these people, when you see these people on the street, when you overhear their conversations, and then when you look at our race and you hear our conversations on the street, you see nations that are ran by blacks. You see, man, you know what? We are not preparing ourselves for the motherfucking 22nd century. And you see where we're at now. Can you imagine where we're going to be at in the year 2100? You're going to have niggas still acting like a fucking fool in the 21st century. And by then, you're going to have a white man. He's going to be taking trips back and forth from Mars, colonizing Mars. The Asian, he's going to have space stations all in damn orbit. And niggas are still going to be talking about drama. And it makes you hate them. And it really does, man. It makes you hate being black. It makes you hate this culture. When you see that these people are moving forward, and where the fuck are we at? We always talk about what blacks did 50,000 motherfucking years ago, which we don't even really know if it's true. And so when we get on YouTube and we talk, and then you have these old people like that nigga Rico. This bitch, Rico gets on here. He constantly talks about how I'm a bad person. I always talk about blacks. But I ain't never once heard him talk about the niggas who shoot and kill each other, who shoot and randomly and kill fucking kids in the inner city on accident. I never fucking hear him talk about those people. But he gets on here and see, and this is what I'm talking about. Blacks like that. So we have a culture of ignorance, man. And I'm telling you, man, if we don't stop it now, man, we're going to be so left behind in the future. It's going to be really sad. Because they don't need no fucking janitors on the fucking space station. And see, and then niggas don't know this. But see, we sit around and what do? We talk about Power, the TV show Power. I was in a barbershop a few months ago. The nigga constantly playing the fucking show. Every time I went in there, he played Power over and over. I'm like, damn, nigga, do you play anything other than this stupid motherfucking show? Do you show any other fucking thing other than this fucking show? You never watch MSNBC Business Channel. You never show anything about stocks. You never show anything about geopolitical issues. You're always showing this fucking show. But then if you say these things, motherfuckers would think you're a fucking coon, a fucking Uncle Tom. But this is why whites are superior, because they don't give a fuck about shit like that. They give a fuck about power. I'm talking about real power. While niggas are talking about a motherfucking show, Power, that's based on bullshit. The masses of dope dealers will never be at that fucking level that Ghost was at. But niggas watch it because they think, oh, I'm going to be like Ghost. No, you're not. You're never going to be a kingpin. That's only one black person in the damn fucking city, if that. Sorry for going on a rant, man, but you asked some good damn questions today, man. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I was very disappointed in Mary J. Blige. One of her main acting roles she chose was to be a queen pin.
Don't you see?
Mary J. Blige, a black woman,
promoting that type of idiotic behavior.
But what is it about? Hold on, let's break down the show. What is the show about? What is the show about? Because there's so many black people that are that's like, yeah, and they're proud and they're high. And what was the BMF? Is it BMF?
Ignorance.
The drug dealer. Like, why when these king drug dealers that don't sell to white people, they sell the fucking drugs to black urban communities? because they can't go into white neighborhoods. Why? You're too suspicious. So when you have stuff like that happening and they get out of prison, and you're celebrating these people who, we got aunts, grandparents that had a good life. They got hooked up on some shit and they fucked up, and the whole family trickles because there's only one man working. And these shows are about destruction.
Yeah.
And the people who claim Black Lives Matter, they be the ones to push the show. And I'm like,
AR, I keep saying it over and over, man. When the white man is going to Pluto, niggas are still gonna be gangbanging in the street. We are not preparing ourselves, man, for the future. We're not. And the reason why Black Lives Matter and the reason why these other people promote this shit is because they don't give a fuck about progression. They don't care about evolving. Walk past any group of blacks, especially black women. It's either 2 or 3 things they're talking about: drama, fucking, or getting high. That's it. That's it. That's all the fuck they talk about.
Listen, I teach my son, you better discriminate. You better learn how the fuck to discriminate.
Yeah.
Look at the images of the people that are doing bad. Look at these mugshots. I show him, listen, weekly I show him mugshots. I show him rap videos. Look at these motherfuckers. So when you're walking down the block and you see someone that looks like that, understand that may happen to you, because the average black person that looks like that most likely is going to probably do something to you. What the fuck you walk around with a hoodie on during the summertime? No. And learn how to discriminate.
Sir, listen, man. You're asking great questions.
I'm not trolling.
No,
just so you know.
You're asking great questions. It's possible that certain blacks need to be just eliminated, period. A George Floyd should not have been here in the first place.
Oh, but hold on, but Michael Jordan came out for that though. Michael Jordan doesn't support you black people, but he came out to support him.
Michael Jordan had a history of not being political and not being involved in any socio-political aspects of the country. And I think he did it as maybe a publicity event because he's the owner of the Charlotte Bobcats now, or whatever their name, or Charlotte Hornets now. I don't think that Michael Jordan gave a damn. I think that Michael Jordan has always been a part of white culture, and he did it just for face value. Maybe somebody said, you know what, to make it look, it'll add to your legacy if you say something right now. But you and I both know Michael Jordan doesn't give a damn about George Floyd. Go ahead, sir. What is this?
Can you see this shit?
What is it?
All right, so this is a bus. Okay,
it looks like a bus. Yeah.
This is on the bus. A nigger is robbing a man in a fucking wheelchair.
Yeah.
The man's in the wheelchair. White people don't do shit like this, but then but see, when I speak, so if I just speak on facts,
yes, sir,
I'm racist. I'm hateful. I don't like evil. I hate evil. I want my family to be safe. I want your family to be safe. This is bullshit. And guess what?
Yeah.
I guarantee when he gets caught, he's gonna get caught that he's been arrested 41 times in the last 2 years. I guarantee you his arrest record will be
how it always is.
Times.
That's how it always is. And the unfortunate nature of it all is that people are going to come to his rescue. People are going to come to his aid. People are going to advocate for him. And that also is the tragedy of this despicable race that we call blacks. He's going to be advocated for. People are the worst type of blacks are the educated. They're gonna come up with theories, conjectures. You know what? Yeah, they're gonna say nature versus nurture, yada yada yada.
Man,
All it
you know.
takes, AR, all it takes is for a black man to rise to power. And I mean, like maybe in an African nation or something, and be the example. You know what you do with a person like that? You beat them. You beat them within an inch of their life. You do it in front of hundreds of people. Like make it a stadium event. You see this guy right here? He was caught on camera doing this at this time, at this day and time. You put him in front of a stadium of people and you torture this kind of person.
No, honestly, I get it to try to put fear in people, but honestly, it's really a waste of time. Just remove them from life. Just start. The prison will be. You just don't exist no more. Don't waste the time, the resources. Okay, you did that. Bam. Damn, what happened to that guy? Because we all know in most urban communities, everyone knows the pedophile that's walking, the rapist that's walking around,
Yeah.
but no one wants to say nothing. Just start remove because you got to pay someone to whoop his ass. No, we're not going to waste the time and resources on whipping him. We're just going to take him away. We're just going to take him away. We're going to take him away and build a prison for single mothers. I think it's a crime. It's a crime to be a woman that has a child and it didn't work out. Create some sort of facility where they can get the resources, whatever they need, and they can't be released until they get the education or whatever they can, because it's ridiculous.
Sir, in my opinion, sir, I think the best thing to do to really fix our race is for us to. A lot of black men have already started doing this, but divesting. You have a lot of black men. I would assume that he wouldn't mind me using his name. But for example, I don't know if you know who Tobias is. Tobias, he comes on my channel. He's a road traveler, and he's in. Last time he was in Colombia. He's gone to Southeast Asia dozens of times. You should see the smile on his face. You should see the women he's around, and what it is that he's not around blacks. A lot of black men are divesting. I think a lot of black men should divest. I think that what will correct our race and what would probably fix the situation is us leaving each other the fuck alone. Um, you telling your son not to date or breed with a black bitch and vice versa. I think that's what's gonna have to happen, man. Something like that, man. I have to agree with Nilly Fuller to a degree, man, when he says we need to stay away from each other unless we're doing business, because we are absolutely toxic, absolutely evil towards each other. And you see, and I've seen this at all levels of black culture, from the educated class on down. AR, when I was in college, guess who were the only fraternities fighting each other? I've been around the white fraternities. They didn't fight each other.
They're not even supposed to, right?
Well, we were not really supposed to, but you create a gang culture in college. Alphas versus Kappas, Qs versus Sigmas. But you don't see the white fraternities, and you for damn sure don't see the. I saw it. Listen, when I was in college, the Deltas, black. It was a melee. They fought the damn Sigma Gamma Rho's. But when you're around the white sororities, the pretty white girls, they don't fight the next house over, the next sorority house. So what I'm saying is that it might be something that is fundamentally wrong with us, and we might just need to leave each other the fuck alone. And the thing of the matter is that you see it at all levels of black culture. It's not just, like I said, gutter culture. You see it, like I said, even in college. And I saw it in college, even too. I saw it in college. I went to different schools. The white sororities didn't fight each other. The pretty little white girls didn't fight each other. I swear they did. Listen, if they didn't like each other, shit, they did a damn good job at not showing it. You know? So
but isn't that what white people do?
Maybe so, but they do a good job at it, man. But I know for a fact with us, if I had a kid, well, if I had a son, I wouldn't even want him to go to a state college. But if he did, I would say stay the fuck away from the black fraternities and sororities. And mind you, I'm an alpha. I pledge Alpha Phi Alpha, and I would tell my son, if you're gonna pledge something, pledge a white fraternity. Stay away from blacks. Period. There's nothing good that comes around being around blacks who are not on a track of maybe a STEM or something productive, man. And a lot of like colleges are full of blacks who ain't doing shit. They major in bullshit, psychology, sociology. They ain't doing shit. So idle blacks, blacks who ain't doing shit, idle blacks tend to create drama and beef. Stay the fuck away from them. And that's what I would tell my own kids if I asked them. Man, my brother, he stays so far away from blacks. It's funny. I was on his bachelor. He got married 2 years ago. I was on his bachelor party bus. All white people. These are all his friends. You should have seen the smile on this nigga's face. His wife is white. Pure happiness. Because he's not around niggas. Niggas are evil, man. And I keep saying it. It's something fucking wrong with us, man. And the thing is that unless we talk about it and try to correct it, stay the fuck away from blacks. So AR, you're doing a good job, man. You're already light-skinned. Tell your son, stay the fuck away from black people. Tell him to go around.
And he's lighter than me.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Tell them to stay away. I don't know why people get mad. Listen, I don't give a fuck if people get mad at me for saying this. Because it's like, I've tried so hard, man. I've tried. AR, I used to be super pro-black when I was younger, man. I know a lot of people probably don't believe this. I used to be super pro-black. A black person could do anything, but man, I'll make up any fucking excuse, any analysis as to why he did it. But then you get older and your mind evolves and you start realizing he's a motherfucking animal. That's why he did it. Ain't nothing else to it. Go ahead.
Hold on, stop. I have to stop you there because you know that's not true. LeBron James lives around black people. And he's doing just fine.
LeBron James, he hates black people more than you and I do. That motherfucker would never. That nigga would never have his family around blacks because he grew up in. Sir, let me tell you something. I'm 45 minutes away from Akron, right? AR, Akron is hell on earth. I've been to Akron. I used to go to Akron University to party all the time with my fraternity. I dated girls from Akron. It is the worst city in Ohio, probably, other than Cincinnati. It's nothing good that's in Akron. So LeBron, he grew up there. Luckily, he hit the genetic lottery. I think Nate Thurman is his father, low key. He got super famous at 16, became rich at 18, never looked back at Akron. And he shouldn't. It's an inferior fucking city. Fuck Akron. And I tell my friends from Akron all the time, I say, fuck that city. Get the fuck out of there. Why the fuck are you living there? Same thing with Cleveland. Only thing good about Cleveland is the lake. And if you got some money, Cleveland could be good too. Other than that, stay out of these cities, man. Absolutely. Go ahead.
You know, about next weekend, I'm going to be on another channel, and we're going to be discussing about how I met my wife and why I believe. I honestly, I don't believe there's a devil. I don't think the devil. I think the devil had to retire because black women has replaced the devil. Single mothers have replaced the devil. They are the most extreme evil people to exist.
The thing about what you're saying is, and I agree with you, but you allow women to do certain things in society, and by nature they're going to try to destroy it. You know, let's be honest. You put 100 women on an island, they ain't building a damn house. They ain't building nothing. You come back to that island, these half of them be dead because they didn't killed each other.
They're gonna try to find a man to offer him pussy so he could do the work.
Yeah, they ain't doing nothing, and they've done experiments like this. They did. It was a show a couple of years ago. They put the women on the island, the men on the island. The men pretty much built everything other than fucking Wi-Fi. The women couldn't figure out shit. And that's just, and it's not just black women, white women. It's just women just aren't intelligent like that. They're not designed like that. They're not supposed to be. And that's the problem with the black culture. The black man has elevated the black woman, pretty much elevated a fucking idiot over himself. And that's why the black culture looks the way that it does. You've elevated a woman over you, you dumb fuck. Other cultures don't do that. Women didn't usher in the fucking computer age. Women didn't usher in the fucking industrial age. You don't see women building fucking skyscrapers and fucking roads and shit.
Let me also say,
go ahead.
When you have these white groups, you got to understand the way it works. Indians, when they say this is a man group, that's why I was talking about the whole manosphere. There's no woman involved unless they allow that. But when it comes to us, we always include the woman, you know. So
AR, I've gone to panel, and every time a woman's on a panel, I say, and the woman asks me a question, I say, you shouldn't even fucking be here. Why the fuck are you talking to me? You get offended by every fucking thing we say. You shouldn't even be here. Because women are emotional. Men are factual. Men, our brains work on logic and reasoning. Then you get these women coming to our fucking panels. They get offended by everything. Well, damn, bitch, get the fuck out this panel. Go around women. The fuck are you around us for? This is how men talk. What do you want me to do? Tickle you to death? Get the fuck out of here. Well, I'm not, and that's why I can't. That's why when I got into it with Six, there were people who were emailing me. There were dudes saying, "Man, if I see you, man, I'm gonna drop you, man." You have men simping for this motherfucking retarded ass bitch who don't give a fuck about them. And these same dudes will be in the penitentiary or dead fighting for a bitch who don't even give a fuck about them. And
is this your baby mama?
And that's what I hate about our culture. That's what I hate about blacks. This bitch she wasn't used to a man talking to her the way that I was. She wasn't used to that. And it probably turned her on low key. But I'm not about to sit here and put you on a fucking pedestal because you're 6 foot tall and because you look probably better than most women. You're a fucking woman. You don't do shit other than bear children. Last time I checked, bitch, you weren't building a fucking 50-story fucking skyscraper. So fuck you. Get the fuck out of my face. Because we live in society, especially where black men have become so perpetual and eternal simps. And they elevate these stupid fucking women. And they degrade themselves. When in fact, you are the superior one. Not some fucking bitch. What's up, Mike from Boston? What's up, man?
Yeah, what up, man?
Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Yeah, man. I was listening to what you were saying. I agree. I think that we have a simp culture on our hands where women. Are you talking about that girl? What was her name again? Six.
Six. Yeah.
Yeah, and she did a whole thing because the way you talked to her on that panel. This was like a couple months ago.
Yeah, in April, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, man. You're saying people were emailing you with threats like, man, if I see you, I'm gonna kill you. It was
dudes who didn't even know this bitch emailing me talking about you don't talk to no black queen like that. A black queen? What fucking land does this bitch oversee? Fuck her. But Mike from Boston, and not to say that white race is perfect because you guys aren't perfect.
No.
What I've seen is this: in the black race, men will unconditionally simp for even the most retarded female. That bitch is retarded, and you got men simping for her. That's why, Mike from Boston, I tell a lot of black men, especially when I was teaching my last couple of years of teaching, if you want peace in your life, stay the fuck away from black people. Because these motherfuckers will drive you crazy with their stupid fucking thinking. I hate them, man. I really do. And when those niggas were emailing me, I was like, you're gonna email me, a fucking man. I'm a man. You're gonna email another man about a bitch you don't even know. That's what's going to get you 6 feet under or in the penitentiary. Because a lot of men are dead, or a lot of men are in the penitentiary because they took a woman's side just because she's a fucking woman and because they've been brainwashed into this nonsensical black queen shit. You ain't a fucking queen. You work at Target, bitch.
Yeah, people make that mistake and they end up getting themselves involved in something that has nothing to do with them, and it was never going to get them anywhere in the first place. You know what I mean? But it ends up costing them their lives or their freedom.
Mike from Boston. I don't put whites on a pedestal at all. I actually believe that the black man is superior, and I believe in black supremacy.
Really?
Oh yeah,
I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. Now, now I can't sit here and pretend no either. Mike from Boston. How is it that Jews, who represent 3% of the fucking population in America, how are they so successful over blacks and every other ethnic group in this country, sir?
Well, they have a very specific way that they live their lives. You know, it's not 100% based on religion. It's more based on culture and in history and preserving your family. That your family name is very important in the Jewish community.
Yes, sir.
You know, so like depending on what your father did, a lot of people you'll see a lot of sons take on. Let's say like the father was an attorney, the son will be an attorney, and then that son will be an attorney, and it's very important for them to keep things in the family. Um, but usually hard work is it's very much respected there. And really that's the bottom line. They don't get caught up too much based on what I've seen. They don't get caught up in the nonsense. It's more about the big picture, kind of, and kind of keeping the family together. I've seen Jewish families stay together despite some of the worst circumstances, but to them, they keep the family together for the children.
Yeah.
I think that's a big thing. Keeping the family together for the sake of the children, because that's what it's all about. Is the future.
Yeah. Mike from Boston, you are a white dude, but let's be honest, where are blacks going to be at in the year 2100?
Well, I mean, that's hard to say. I don't like the way things are right now. I'm not necessarily just about blacks. I'm talking about the progressive movement. The people that are on that side, people like AOC, people that are following in that direction. I think that is the most dangerous thing to our society, and I think that will end up turning our country into a failure nation. If they have their way, if people like that, if people like AOC and some of these other people that you see talking on TV, these progressives, if they get their way, we're going to have a terrible country in a couple of years. I mean, 50 years from now, we will not be the superpower anymore.
Awesome. I don't think so either. Why are the Japanese gods chosen people?
I don't think so, because there's a number of things about the Japanese. I mean, I'm not taking away from their intelligence, and there's a lot of things I admire about them. However, you can't ignore where they lack in other areas. Like, I mean, let's be honest. Physically, they're lacking when it comes to they're generally smaller. They're not as attractive as a people. You don't really see a lot of people going for Japanese men, like white or black women. So we have to acknowledge that part as well. So that's why I don't believe that they're the chosen people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, guys. Sorry if I'm being real chaotic right now.
No, keep it going, man. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. AR, what's up, sir? You seem what's up, sir?
No. I mean, I don't. Maybe at one point blacks were superior, but that's is how. When have black people proven actual proof that they're superior in any way?
Other than sports and entertainment, never.
Well, I guess playing a sport, but we know they don't own the sport. So, when have they proven to be superior? What era? What year? What decade?
Never. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Fucking sad.
And I'm gonna tell you why. For the same thing that's going on now, went on thousands of years ago in Africa. The Tower of Babel. Language is key in developing nation states. Africa, even in this day and age right now, AR, the backwards, bubble-lipped Africa. They have thousands of languages in Africa right now, sir. How can you get anything done if you can't communicate with anybody? That's one of the problems in Africa that even exists to this day. So imagine 500 years ago, imagine 1,000 years ago. You got thousands of different tribes. The next tribe is a mile over. You can't even communicate with them. So you can't communicate. You can't build shit. You can't convey messages. You can't convey theories. That's why when people go in Africa, it was underdeveloped. It wasn't the fact that they were in the agricultural age. It was because they couldn't get out of the agricultural age because they couldn't communicate with each other. How can you build a boat at scale that can transport hundreds of people if you can't? First of all, you need you need an incredible system of ingenuity. But if you can't communicate with other groups of people, how can you recruit people to even build for you? So that's why I always say that the English or Spanish are the superior languages because these languages are global. They're global now. So no, man. It's sad, AR, man. I get upset thinking about it, man. You know, I get upset, man, because you have blacks in America right now who refuse to speak proper English. And then they say it's white. It's not white. It's a method of communication that I can communicate with you. You can communicate with me. I'm a black person. I live in California. You live in Ohio. But if you go to Ohio and niggas are talking like, yeah, man, you don't understand, man, you can't communicate with a dumb motherfucker like that. And the same thing happened in Africa. These niggas did not figure it out. And that's why, for the life of me, I don't understand why people praise the ancestors. Your ancestors failed you. They were walking on gold or wearing gold. They were walking on cobalt. They were walking on diamonds. They were walking on all these precious materials. The black man should have been the superior race 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, and never lost. But you can't convey messages to people who have low IQs, who don't speak the same language as you, etc. I'm not trying to bash black people, man. I actually am a black supremacist. I believe in black superiority. Now, I don't believe in enslaving people and you know, being oppressive. And not to say that the whites did that either. But I actually believe in black supremacy. I believe in it. And you have a continent for God's sakes, you have a continent that gave you. AR, did you know that? I think 50% of the Earth's resources come from Africa. 50%. Niggas could have been driving cars 1,000 years ago if the dumb black idiots would have figured out how to extract the rubber and make it into a refined product. AR, have you ever tried to explain something to a bunch of blacks and they will fight you tooth and nail because they don't understand concepts? You know why they don't understand concepts? Because they don't embrace science. And I don't make AR. Listen, my first job out of college, AR, I tell this story all the time. Did I ever tell you this story? My first job out of college?
I think so, yeah. I interviewed you. I
was working at a factory. Mike from Boston. Did I ever tell you this story? I was working at a factory.
Is that a probation officer? Or
no. Before I became a PO, I was working at a factory. And alongside me was this 50-something-year-old nigga. And somehow we got to talking about the distance between our star, which is the sun, and Earth. And I said it was 93 million miles away. AR and Mike from Boston, I swear to you, man, this nigga said, man, they ain't got a ruler that long, man. How the fuck they know? I said, this nigga is fucking stupid. And he was dead serious. And he was dead serious, man. He didn't understand that the way you calculate the trajectory from the moon to the Earth is through fucking trigonometry, which is learned in the 7th grade. The nigga said they didn't have a ruler that long. This nigga's retarded. And I go to sleep at night. I think about it all day. I say, this man is a fucking generation. He's probably 70 now. But this man had children. He had a family. And this man did not understand how they calculated the distance between the sun and the Earth. And he's in his damn 50s. And when I see these things, man, it makes me sad, man, because my race will never be the superior race because we have fucking idiots like that in our race. This man at his age should have had his own business, had his own shit. Because he's so fucking stupid, he's working for the white man. And not only is he working for the white man, he's telling another human being that they ain't got a ruler that long to measure between the earth and the fucking sun. I said, this nigga, this is the reason why. This is the reason why. This is the reason. We have a lot of these people in our race. If you were an NBA coach, AR, and you saw a player, he was smoking weed, drinking, he was underperforming, he came to practice late, when do you go over to him and say, hey man, you know, you got to step it up a bit, man. You know, you're messing up the flow of the team. When you do that?
Yeah.
So what's so wrong with us doing what we're doing? Even with myself, I'm not perfect. But the thing of the matter is that we need to do more of these types of conversations instead of marching for a crackhead, George Floyd. He was a fucking crackhead.
Nope, stop. He wasn't just a crackhead. He was a violent felon.
Violent felon.
Smoking crack is, listen, if you're just gonna sit in your corner and smoke crack and you're not gonna rob people to get money, then fuck it. It's your life. But when you're harming people,
listen, George Floyd didn't give a fuck about the black community. He was a bad father. He was a career criminal.
A bad son.
A bad son.
Bad brother.
Yep. And he committed acts of violence against his own fucking people.
Family as well.
When someone asked me, would you ever march for George Floyd? I said, are you out of your motherfucking mind? George Floyd was not a person that you should march for. I don't give a fuck how he died. The fact of the matter is that when in the black community has a fucking crackhead ever been uplifted? We talk about crackheads every fucking day as a black culture. Man, you a motherfucking crackhead, nigga. So what makes this crackhead different from the other crackheads you talk about? It's just like in the black community when now niggas want to accept being gay, but as soon as you do something as a man, what do black bitches call you? You gay, nigga. I thought being gay was cool. So which one is it? Which one is it? So the fact of the matter is that if you're gonna dog a crackhead yesterday, so what the fuck is different with George Floyd? What the fuck is different with Rodney King? These are dope things. And you niggas burnt your own fucking communities and cities for some motherfucking dope things? But you won't give the dope thing right now in the corner, right now, 50 Cent that you see every fucking day. But you did it because the white man told you to do it through fucking media because you're brainwashed. AR, man, I hate niggas, man. I hate niggas, man. I wish listen, make me a fucking eagle in my next lifetime. Don't make me black.
Well, my firearm loves them.
Cool. Man, I hate niggas, boy.
You know, the black community would never succeed because you have people who are capable of helping the community do better. They are paid millions of dollars to degrade the community, poison the weak minds of society, black society. Sierra, at her age, married, Christian, old, she's like 40 years old, and she's twerking. So what does that do? You have these other regular girls that's not in a video shoot, going to the gas station, outside the store, just regular twerking, out there doing all this crazy shit. You have Beyonce, well, I think she's well over 40. She comes out half naked on her album. So what are girls saying? This is acceptable. Rihanna, a billionaire baby mother. A billionaire baby mother. So where's the, and her grandmother told her to be ASAP Rocky, the one that's facing a supposedly he murder.
Because again, sir, I've said it and I keep on saying it. In the black culture, and ASAP Rocky, the thug is uplifted.
Yeah.
You never hear a black bitch talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson, do you? You never hear a black woman talk about Sylvester James Gates, a physicist. You don't. You don't hear about those things. You don't have black men shaming Sierra. You got black men uplifting her horror behavior. This is our culture, AR. This is why I have.
Not sure what happened. I guess he'll be back. Okay.
What's up, Roz girl?
Roz girl.
Good morning. I resent the statement about George Floyd, the statement about Rihanna, the statement about Beyonce, all of that. Rihanna was in a long-term relationship. Unfortunately, things don't work out. Beyonce is a mother, a wife.
Well, hold on. You know, Rihanna
a part of a working relationship. So, what is the problem if she comes out like that? Her husband does not have a problem with it. He promotes it, and it makes money for their family. And if that's how they
he's facing
operate,
murder.
not Jay-Z. I'm speaking of Jay-Z right now.
No, Rihanna's baby father. He's facing murder.
I understand Rihanna's baby father is facing murder. I definitely know that, but people are innocent until proven guilty.
The issue is that you have celebrities that they don't live the average life.
Exactly. So why would we compare ourselves to a celebrity?
Because they're weak, because people are weak-minded. Now, the reason why these celebrities
guys, I'll be back. You guys can have the floor, okay?
Yeah.
Huh?
Those people he'll be back. The reason why what?
So you have these people are paid millions of dollars to promote this type of lifestyle to the younger or the weak-minded black person, which is majority of black people in America. They're paid this amount of money because they know what they're doing is gonna the average person is gonna try to be like them. Dressing up half naked to go to a award show. The average black woman is gonna dress like that, or to just going to regular to drop her kid off in school. That's why this affects us, because idiots are trying to copy off a lifestyle we don't live.
I think that's nonsense and foolishness. I think that if you're adult and you're working and you're producing and you're thriving in society, what a celebrity does is none of your concern, and I don't think many of us are worried about that.
But
they're influencing young people. And my thing is that celebrities do not hold the pen. The person who has the power is the person that holds the pen. They're not executives of record labels. They're not artist developers. They don't stand up there and be independent. They are allowing themselves to be used by a bigger entity, a company, a person that does not look like them, to present an image that is not correct, that is not true or correct, or what they think that we all can relate to. That is our problem. That is that celebrity's problem. That has nothing to do with women choosing that lifestyle. Most black women out here working, taking care of their kids. And if they twerking it, they can twerk in the bedroom. It's white folks out here twerking. My thing is, why is it a problem when black women are twerking?
Because white people
it's not a problem.
Station.
It's not a problem when a white person is on Instagram. When a white woman is on Instagram, y'all can care less.
Hold on,
wait. You can care less about a white woman on Instagram twerking. It's amazing. It's amazing. But if a black woman is twerking, she is trash. Make that make sense.
Well, Rise Girl, first, hold on. I know it's your platform. Give me one moment. I do appreciate Rise Girl. You are brave enough to come on here, and because a lot of these women, they run to platforms that's catering to that. So first of all, I appreciate you coming on here. And before Truth speaks, you are the problem. Like what you're saying, you are the reason why women are getting pregnant and don't have a husband, like Rihanna. But Rihanna has a financial backing that she don't need a baby father. So, but the average woman is out there behaving like that. So you are the problem. But I do appreciate you coming up on here. Sorry, Truth.
Here goes the thing.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, listen. Okay, go ahead.
Here goes the problem. Yes, Roz girl. Are there white women twerking? Sure. Why not? Are there white prostitutes, women? Sure. Why not? But you know the difference? The white man doesn't elevate those women in their society. You know the difference? White people build shit. They built the skyscrapers. They built the roads. They built the space stations. They sent fucking rovers and shit to Mars. You niggas don't do those things. They can afford to have whores and prostitutes in their race. We can't. We can't. They can have dope dealers in their race. You know why? Because they have Lawrence Krauss. They have all types of astrophysicists. They have all types of people that they elevate in their society. They have Stephen Hawking. That's why. Yeah. Okay.
So if the white man, so if the white man doesn't elevate that because they're leaders to their community and they're women, then what are y'all doing? And why are y'all elevating?
Because Roz girl. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking.
Oh, okay. Me and people like AR, we are trying. We do content, not to hear ourselves talk, but to send out a message. And my message before I pass away is to help you niggas realize your ignorance. I worked in law enforcement. I worked for the courts. I worked in schools. I see the future. The future is about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The other day, Roz girl, I was walking in my downtown area, and it was a group of niggas. They had tattoos all over their face, shooting dice in a fucking economical metropolis. The whites were afraid to say something to them. The police are afraid to say something to them because the whites, they don't want to be perceived as racist. The police don't want to say nothing because they don't want to be perceived as practicing police brutality. They are doing an inferior act. They're standing around skyscrapers. They're standing around people who have banks all around, there's investment companies around, and these niggas are doing something that their ancestors were doing 200 years ago in Harlem. Shooting dice. Shooting dice. That's what they were doing. The difference between them shooting dice and the difference between the casino that's right next door to them is the casino creates jobs. It's an industry. It's billions of dollars in there. Niggas shooting dice leads to shootouts. That's the difference.
Let
me ask you this, do you think niggas are going to be shooting dice from the fucking space station in 100 years? Don't you see how ignorant that shit is? Aren't you tired of that shit?
I think that once that
and then and AR, the same niggas that are shooting dice will be the same niggas that will get on YouTube and profess that the black man invented math, invented science, and invented all this shit, and all he's doing is shooting dice and doesn't know the quadratic formula. I know it. I talk to him every day. Every day. Go ahead.
So I think that what you guys are doing is pivotal, and I appreciate it. I think that pointing out bad behavior in communities is needed. But I feel as if this is not just. I feel like it's a lack of leadership and manhood from our black men. Period. You guys accept a lot, encourage a lot, elevate a lot. It's always the woman conversation, but they're not you specifically, but most of these men are liking all the pictures. They are constantly doing the comparisons between two women. Why not put black women up there to have conversations with each other and come to a common ground? Why not put black men and black women up here to communicate? Why not put people like myself and AR and you and others up there to knock down this image that they're always portraying of that black person? I personally knew George Floyd, and regardless of what anybody says, I stood up for him. I went to his funeral. I was at that protest, and my thing is that it wasn't just because that was George Floyd. That was because that could have been my brother. That could have been any black person. That could have been any black man who did not have an addiction, who was not out there being defiant. Because for black men, you guys don't have that choice. They do not care about the act that you're doing at that time. You're just black. And I truly believe that.
Name one good thing about George Floyd.
George Floyd was a man who was trying to
He didn't pay child support.
He was taking care of his family at one time when he was. Unfortunately,
What year was that?
Unfortunately, he could
What year?
succumb.
What year was that?
I don't need to know the year. I don't need to know the year, AR, but people aren't perfect. People aren't perfect.
People are
and
not
you're
perfect.
not here to judge anyone. You don't need anyone's redemption.
Wait,
my father was a crackhead. My father and George Floyd knew each other. No, let me finish speaking, please, because you need to understand. I'm not being emotional. No, I'm not being emotional. I'm trying to prove a point to you. I'm trying to show you something. I'm trying to tell you something that you need to always remember.
I just asked you one. He didn't take care of his child because he was behind his child support. I'm asking you, name something that he did. Name something that was good about him.
He was a person living in his life. He was a person who was living in his world, breathing air. He did some things that were great. I don't have to put his personal life out here, but I also know his tragedy. And can you name your ones that people don't know? Can you name your ones that people don't know? Can you name your ones that people need to judge you on? I'm asking you that. Because I don't have to put out his life like that. The point I am trying to make is that I am not here to judge people.
Can you name one good thing he done?
Can I say that you're being very I'm just gonna let you get that out there. I'm just gonna say that man had kids. He took care of his family when he could, but unfortunately he succumbed to drugs. And things like that happen to people. My father also had that same situation, and I'm going to speak. Please let me speak. My father had that same situation. Does not make him a horrible person. He has done his time. Just like every crime committed, George Floyd did his time for that. That day he was laying on that ground, handcuffed on his stomach, and it was said that he was resisting arrest and a knee was in his back. That was completely inhumane. And it could have been you. It could have been chaotic. It could have been Seven Steel. It could have been all of that because that day he was not doing what everybody is saying his life was about. That day he was not doing everything that people said his life was about. And in that moment, he was not resisting arrest. In that moment when a knee was on his neck and he was handcuffed, he was not resisting arrest. He could not move. He could not wiggle his arms. All he could say was mama. And that could have and could be you and another black man every other day. Remember that, AR. You're not better than anybody else, AR, and I'm not either.
I'm not.
I'm not either.
But I want you to know, when I say something, it doesn't matter if you bring up your father. It applies to him too. Then, like that's why don't
about my father. It's about a community of people that commit that, and we are not the people who give them redemption. Remember that.
Listen, what I'm saying that I mean exactly what I say. It doesn't matter if you bring up your father. My thoughts and the truth doesn't alter depending on who you bring up. So I don't want you to bring up your father because I want to be very respectful towards you and your family. But
I don't have a problem with that. I don't even speak to my biological father. I told him, fuck him. I don't speak to him. Do you understand that? I'm not hurt about that. What I'm saying is that it is not me to judge him. That is his life and his
everything but naming one good. You say he's a good person, blah, 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 even though he swallowed the drugs.
Did you know him?
Even a year before that, he did the same. Do the same
Tell
thing.
me this: where did your image of George Floyd come from? Where did everybody's image of George Floyd come from? Who did not know George Floyd? It came from the media. They didn't tell you nothing about his childhood. They didn't tell you nothing about the neighborhood he grew in. They didn't tell you how he was a hero in Houston or a neighborhood. You don't know that because you are led and you believe what the media says about black people.
White people.
That's what it is.
Was he selling drugs to white people or black people?
I'm sure he was selling drugs to both communities because I see white people running at night to our communities. So let's stop. Everybody has that problem in their community.
During his adult life, can you please name me one thing because he's a good person. Tell me something good about
Hey,
him.
yo, I'm
It
not
wasn't
about to
about
be
taking care of his kids
patronized
because he
about
didn't do
you.
that.
I'm not about to be patronized by you. All I'm going to
I'm not.
read is see if he was
You
a
said
good
he's a
man.
good
As I
person.
said,
Name.
I don't hold the book of Lamb. So to me, it don't matter if he was good or not. All I'm trying to do is remind y'all that we are not the judge of
He
people
is an
and
evil,
at the end of their
evil
life.
person.
So however you feel is your personal belief as well as mine is mine. I'm up here because I'm a Christian and I don't want to judge and try to say that people ain't supposed to have redemption. God was out on the
What
street with prostitutes, thieves, looters, and all that. And he was there to change lives. So don't sit up here and say that meant you don't know what he was doing, how he was trying to change his life.
I
You don't know
know
if somebody
that.
threw him a bag
I
and he
know
was
that.
saving his white girlfriend on the
I
side of
know.
him. You
I
don't know
know the
that story.
day.
But
I
what
know the
you and
day he was
everybody else
dying.
know is a story that's
The cops were
sensationalized
called on
on
him because
television.
the cops were called because he was trying to sell. He was trying to go to the store with a fake $20 bill. He's a criminal. And then even when the cop asked him to get out, he was resisting to get out. He was faking it so he could take the drugs, and he swallowed the drugs. Even a year before that, it's the same repeated thing he done. So I asked you, you're saying he's a good. What's good about him? He is a horrible person, and he is just like the people that are currently harming the community, hurting people, physically hurting people. He's a drug addict, and there was nothing good about him. Now, what happened to him, was it a tragedy? Who knows? I'm not glad the way it turned out, but the way he swallowed the drugs, he was going to die anyway.
Hardly.
I mean, I like good people that don't go around hurting people and trying to sell counterfeit money and doing this and that. I love good people that are not going to try to harm my family and your family. Those are the people that I care about. But people that are living in a criminal society and just committing crime, they wake up and they just commit crime. I don't have no sympathy or pity for them.
And I understand that, but for some people, we see it as a crime. Some folks see it as a way of
I
life.
just asked you,
Some
tell me
people see
something
it
good
like
about him.
some
What was good
people.
about him?
I just said I'm not about to be patronized by that question. I don't have to put out his life. You can believe what you want to believe about him, but I know that there's good in people, and I know
Like
that
what?
there's bad in people.
Name
And I
one.
know that all my good, wonderful college graduated black friends that look like me ain't been perfect and walking a journey all their life. So it's unfortunate that happened to George Floyd. It's unfortunate of his circumstances and every other person that walks in that life if they want to change their life. And I just pray that one day they can do that. But some people ain't out here just committing crimes because they want to do it. Some people trying to eat, they trying to pay rent, they trying to do all that. So
Get
when you're
a
talking
job.
about these elements,
Get
please
a job.
look at both sides. It is not, it's not, I think it's easy to get a job, but for some people, there are things that hold them back that they can't do. Some folks don't have simple shit like a driver's license. Some people can't even fucking fill out an application. It's little things that start way before their adulthood that was missed, and people should have helped them then. So the thing is that stop putting everybody in this broad box like that. But to each his own.
So because of someone that is lacking in areas that they chose to lack in or didn't, whatever, you're gonna inconvenience my life or my family or my loved one lives. That's it's not right. He was
I
an
don't
extreme
understand. How was your life
inconvenience.
inconvenient? How was
He
your
was
life inconvenient?
well, I'm saying due to people like George Floyd, criminals, violent criminals. George Floyd's victim have been safe. What how he passed away like 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago. They have been safe. So I'm happy for them. But people like George Floyd are horrible, is exactly what's wrong with black society. He could do everything but go get help. He's a horrible person. Unless you can tell me he
How do
wasn't.
you know
Then
he
tell
wasn't
me.
getting help? How do you know these other people aren't getting help? Do you know how long those phone lines are when people call for help? Do you know how long those lines are when people stand outside to try to get a basket of food? There are other resources that are hindering things. You guys, it's not that fucking easy for some. Thank
Okay,
God that
but
we're not in that situation.
in the
Thank God.
meantime, you're inconveniencing the working class people.
Yo, I'm not inconvenienced. When I see people, they
I
ain't
didn't say
bothering me. I'm
inconvenience.
trying to help them. So my thing is get out there and do something. I commend you and Chaotic for the conversation. Commend you for taking care of your nephew, whatever those circumstances are. But the thing is, keep getting out there and doing something. It's a way to pass out a message. It's a way to pass out a message. And to sit up here and I understand he wasn't the perfect man, but I'm not perfect. And a lot of other people aren't perfect. But that man was not, that man did not deserve death, and any other person who got it like that. Tamir Rice did not deserve death. None of those kids deserve death. Sandra Brand did not deserve death. And the problem is that they all look like me and you. They all look like me and you. And the negative stories come out after they're dead. The justifications come out after they're dead. And the justification is that every person that is killed who is black, and man and woman that is black, has been a threat or detriment to society. That is complete foolishness.
Can I ask you a question, Ross girl? Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, K.I.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a question, and I want you to be completely honest with me. Now, you have always been passionate about George Floyd. You've always been passionate about individuals that have been that have ran had some situation with law enforcement. And correct me if I'm wrong, because you may have said this before, but I don't ever recall you being this passionate about those beautiful little black babies that have been gunned down in Chicago by niggas shooting and killing each other in stray bullets. I've never heard you be that passionate. I've never, now you may have, I don't know, but I've never heard you cry over them and be compassionate about these beautiful 6-7-year-old little black babies and black girls and black boys. Never heard.
I cry over all black lives that are lost, unfortunately. You probably haven't seen it because there haven't been platforms where they're speaking on it, but I have told you that the gun violence is horrible in Chicago. Unfortunately, I lost my friend 3 weeks ago to gun violence in Chicago. And because of that, I'm prompted now to go back to this. Will be my second time going to Chicago to help and to find out and to influence and try to do something. I might lose my life, but sometimes once it hits you personally, then that's when you become an innovator. That's when you start to change. It's so sad that those kids lost their life. And it's sad every day in Chicago, people are losing their lives and have a black mayor. You didn't hear that because there wasn't any platforms talking about it. Didn't hear you talking about it. But nevertheless, I am pained by it, and I am trying to do what I can to do about it. I can't save the world, but I won't sit up here and talk about it. I feel like action is better.
Now, in all honesty, let's be honest, Roz.
Yes.
Roz, and by the way, do not go to Chicago. But in all honesty, Roz, now me and you are pretty much the same age. And as many people say that I'm white and all this, I listen. I've hung out. I've taught. I've been in the inner city, the deep inner cities. Now, Roz, you and I both know. You and I both know that the crackheads in the inner cities have always been either the butt of all jokes, and they've always been disrespected. Nobody cares about no crackheads in no inner cities. You and I both know that, Roz. We grew up in that generation where it was an insult if somebody called you a crackhead. So what is the difference between George Floyd and any other crackhead? Why should me and AR have sympathy for a grown man making decisions?
It's not for me, it's not his life. I'm talking about that day, that moment, and that time. Everybody keeps saying he was this, he was that, he was that. That day, that moment, that time. He was not in a car, he was on the ground, and it was said that he was resisting arrest. Everybody saw that video. That man was not resisting arrest. That is my argument. His life is his life. His life is his life, but he was not resisting arrest to me in that moment at that time.
He was resisting though.
All right, Roz.
Okay, that's what he said.
Okay. Hold on for a second. Guys, go ahead. I got to take this call. Give me 1 second.
You know, Roscoe, they came out with Band-Aids that can match black people colors. Have you seen the new Band-Aids?
Oh, no.
Oh,
the
wow.
Brown. Yeah, but I don't know why they did that because it can't cover up the bullet holes that black people are being filled up with.
Now, here goes the thing, though, Roz. Let me say something real quick, Roz. I understand. Trust me, I used to be like you, Roz. You majored in social science when you were in college. I understand. You were a part of the little Black Greek organizations. I understand that. But Roz, don't you see that our world is changing? Do you see that our world is changing in terms of technology and mathematics and engineering, and that the future is about those things, and what George Floyd and other these people represent is a thing of the past?
I don't think that. I think that drugs and all that needs to be exempt from the community. So what they were doing does not represent a thing of the past. Not when when they're passing legislation to make drug use legal. Not when they're trying to put needles out on the street. No, I don't think that what they're doing is a thing of the past. As long as drugs can be produced and used, there will always be people of all communities committing these crimes and indulging in that. So no.
I'm sorry about that. Uh, I don't know what happened to Rise, but
I'm here.
oh, okay. So Rise, um, the Webb telescope captured an image of thousands of distant galaxies, thousands, a few months ago. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk created SpaceX. They're making routine trips to Earth's lower atmosphere, way faster than NASA ever did in its entire history. Our world is changing, and eventually it's going to be, we're going to be a spacefaring race. You're going to have to know mathematics, science, and engineering, technology, in my opinion, to be a part of that world. These little social issues that are going on right now, in my opinion, nobody has to believe me or agree with me, but in my opinion, they are remnants of the past. You shouldn't be a crackhead, a dope fiend in America. You shouldn't be a criminal in this country. You shouldn't be harming. This is an advanced civilization here. I can understand you being one of those things in 1800 in the wild west in America where the country wasn't developed. I can understand that. But you literally live in a country where just by your birthright, you are superior than most people on the planet. There are people who live in Liberia who wish they could live in poverty in America. And Raj, you know that.
That's true. Yeah.
You know that. I've dated women. I dated one girl from Liberia. She took every opportunity to make something of herself in this country. Beautiful black chick, by the way. Sorry, Sean. Raj, I see that you're fighting the good fight, and it's commendable. And I'm glad that we've all calmed down. I see you're fighting the good fight. But Raj, I don't want a person with your intellect to be held back by niggas. I used to be like you. I used to be so passionate about blacks, but you have to be passionate about the blacks who are being progressive, the blacks who are moving forward. See, a person like George Floyd will keep you back. They're going to keep you back, and they're going to keep our people back. The white man, I keep on saying it, he's not perfect. He may have some hillbillies. There may be some white trash. But if you look at NASA, you look at all the Fortune 500s, you see who occupies those positions. And all I'm saying is that we're going to have to position ourselves to be the superior race. The whole purpose of a race is to win. That's why whoever made this shit up about race, they thought about it. The black race, the white race, the Asian race. We're racing towards something. What it is, I don't know. But what I do know is this. If you look at the Asian race, if you look at the particular groups in the Asian cultures, like the Japanese, they are superior when it comes to technology, when it comes to, they've pretty much have eliminated homelessness. They've eliminated social strife. My brother lived in Japan for 2 years. He said it was heaven every damn day. Now, do they have an insane work ethic? An insane work culture where people are committing suicide? Sure. But that's how they got shit done, by working. by working 20-hour days and sleeping in their offices or sleeping on the streets and going right back into the job the next day. Yeah. That's why they're superior. See, we're lazy as a people, blacks. You know, Roz girl, no offense, but you've came on camera drunk smoking weed before. And
I have not come on camera drunk.
You've been high. You've been high. You like smoking weed.
Yes, I do.
You do. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that. But see, we spend a lot of time doing drugs and fucking and fighting each other. See, that's primitive shit. See, other groups of people may not be superior, but they're not doing those things. One of my best friends growing up was an Indian kid, always doing math. This boy is making $300,000 a year right now. He does cloud technology. I think it's with AWS, or is it with Google? I can't remember which one it is. I think it's AWS. So Ross, listen, keep fighting the good fight. Keep fighting for crackheads, dope fiends who were 40-something years old who couldn't get their life together. Fine, fight for them. But while you're fighting for them, Roz, I will be fighting for the little black, beautiful girl who's 13 who got accepted into medical school. That's the little girl that I'm going to be fighting for. I'm not fighting for a grown-ass man. Let me ask you something, AR. Let me tell you something, AR. I don't know if you know this about me, AR, but I was a big drinker. AR, if I came to you and said, man, I got liver problems, I got this, that, and the other, what would you say to me, sir, as a grown man? Like, man, you feel sympathy for me, AR?
No.
Absolutely not. And I wouldn't expect you to. I decided to drink alcohol. And so, Roz girl, just like when people get caught with DUIs and they kill people, nobody has sympathy for a drunk driver. So why should we have sympathy for a crackhead?
Because at that time that drunk driver killed somebody. So why would you have? They're caught right in the act of doing what they
did. Roz, you are an incredible human being because it's almost like you're trolling too. Now you will sit here and talk all this stuff about black this, black that. How come your daughter doesn't go to a black inner city public school, Roz?
Why must you pull out my?
No, because this is the hypocrisy of it. You remind me.
My daughter goes to a wonderful school, and
right.
It is a school where kids look like her, and their parents are wonderful people who are great professionals.
Well, how come you don't send them to inner city public schools?
Well, I personally don't send my daughter to an inner public school because I want her to have a different experience from a private school.
But now, Roz girl, shouldn't your daughter be, because she gets a lot from you, shouldn't she get that radiant beacon of light and good? Shouldn't she be, just like you're going to Chicago, shouldn't she be in those ghetto areas helping influence them?
That's not my daughter's path or fight, so I don't bring her into that when she's old enough to understand that and make a choice. Saying, yeah, but I worked hard and I worked hard in life to be who I am. So when I had children, I didn't have to raise her in that community. And like I said, it's unfortunate that there are some people who have to do that.
Let me say this real quick, Roz. Let me say this real quick. Let me ask you, and I'm not trying to be funny, Roz. Are you attracted to a George Floyd over a Neil deGrasse Tyson? Just be honest.
No, I'm not at all. No.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Assuming that Neil deGrasse Tyson and George Floyd, if he was alive, were in the room, who would? Okay, if you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who would you really go to and talk to first? I'm really curious now. I'm really curious. Who would you go and talk to first?
I would talk to whoever approaches me and talk to me.
I'm willing to bet you would not talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm willing to bet, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Go ahead.
No offense, Roz, and I love you to death, but I think that you are just like most black women. You like that thug culture, and you would find a Neil deGrasse Tyson boring, lame, etc. He'd get to talking about quantum physics, and you would say that nigga lame. And I think that you would enjoy being around a George Floyd, smoking weed, drinking. Oh, that's my nigga right here. I really think that you would be on the porch with George Floyd, smoking weed, drinking.
Well, she said she was friends with him, right? So yeah, I think she's actually right.
I didn't say I was friends with him. He's actually the same age as my father. George Floyd was a
He's the
big
same as your
athlete.
who?
My father, he was the same around my father. He grew up in that area. He was a big athlete at Yates University. He was offered scholarships at U of H, TSU, and many other schools here in Texas. But he succumbed to drug use and at that time, so he didn't pursue none. He
How
didn't pursue
come?
any of that.
I got a question for you, Russ.
hmm
How come Steven Jackson allowed his friend to be clucking on the street?
I mean, I don't know about that. Just because we're black, does that mean we have to pick up transgressions for everybody and help everyone? I mean,
Steven Jackson supposedly was friends with George Floyd. He had, I mean, I think he did it for media attention. But go ahead, AR.
that's what I think too. I don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead, AR. My bad.
But you said that you don't think that black people should be helping everyone. I mean, but isn't that what your argument was? That we should be on here uplifting these black whores, Rihanna, black whores, Beyonce. We should be uplifting them or trying to basically raise them,
That is not my
teach them
argument. My
better.
argument. No, my argument was everyone has a different life, and we are not here to judge when there is redemption. That was my argument. That
I
is
have
my
to
argument.
judge them because they're inconveniencing the average working person's life.
Roz, can I say something to you real quick? Are you familiar with the man named Stalin?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Stalin was the leader of Russia. He came in. Yeah, okay. Russia was an agricultural state, and you can look up the history yourself. You don't take my word for it. A lot of the Russian people were sent to concentration camps or eliminated by Stalin's regime because they didn't want to progress to the next era of civilization. Now, was it right for Stalin to do what he did? That's up for debate in history. I'm not going to give my answer, but what I will say is this: Stalin saw the future. Russia became a superpower overnight because they eliminated what kept them primitive. Now, hear me out for a minute. And please, and thank you so much. Could you imagine if the black race, instead of sitting around smoking weed, drinking, watching TV all day, could you imagine if we collectively said, you know what, we are going to be the superior race. We're going to nationalize all of our resources in Africa. We're going to create a global economy that benefits the black diaspora. We are going to be on par with the Japanese, the European Union, etc. You have to eliminate the people who will keep you behind. And me being a former teacher, I can tell you there were a lot of students that were given degrees, given diplomas. They were pushed along the system when they should not have been, while the superior kids were essentially left behind. You have to elevate the superior people to develop a race. And the thing is that I'm just babbling off right now. I don't really have any facts to back this up. I'm just saying what I see in history. For us to get to this next level of civilization, we need more before the billions. You know who that is? That kid, the young guy. We need more black men like him. Now, Roz, you've been on YouTube for quite some time, and you've been on plenty of panels. You've listened to 40, 50, 60-year-old men sound just like this, right? And you know what I'm saying, motherfucking shit, man. Now, Roz, do different cultural groups have different vernaculars? Sure. But to get onto a public platform and speak incoherent English and pretty much have beef with each other all day as 50, 60, 70-year-old men, don't you see like a problem in that?
Of course.
Okay. But here goes Before the Billions, who's 24, 25. Nobody really elevates him. Nobody really says, hey, man, that's the kid that should be the staple of what the black race should emulate. I think that should be the person that we march for. Like that, and like that little 13-year-old little black girl who got accepted into medical school. You didn't hear one black person talk about her. Did you, AR? Did you hear any black person talk about her? Did you even know about her?
No.
Black girl got accepted into medical school. You don't have Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson and Patrice Cullors, Black Lives Matter, and you don't have these black people talking about that little beautiful girl. No, because we don't care about what's going to make us the superior race,
or even the YouTubers,
and that's what I was talking about. The YouTubers,
the local ones. Yep.
No YouTuber said, you know what, we're going to make a live stream. We're going to invite her and her mother on, and we're going to talk about how this girl. We're going to talk about her IQ, how she got accepted into medical school at 13 years old. We're going to talk about how this girl is probably smarter than all of us combined. Nobody wants to talk about that. But people get on YouTube, talk about relationships all day, talk about sex, talk about dumb shit. And that's essentially the black culture. And that's what's keeping us behind. That's just my opinion. You know, who the hell am I? I'm just a dude talking. But the fact of the matter is that I don't have sympathy for a grown-ass man. And I'll tell you this, Roz, I've encountered the police many a time in my life, and I've complied. I've broken the law. Yeah, I was speeding, like most niggas do. Speed, do running stops at the stop sign. Police pull you over, sir. Do you have your license and registration? Yes, I do, sir. Here you go, sir. Police hand you back your stuff. Thank you, sir. And you're on your way. Now, Roz, you being, or your parents being from West India, or I'm sorry, you being West Indian, you know that the police in those countries are not that good. And so I bet you a black person from Jamaica would prefer a white police officer here than a black Jamaican police officer. Keep it real. Keep it real.
But we're in a country where everyone looks like us. St. Lucia, most people look like us, and we're not gonna,
Well, if you're in St. Lucia, shouldn't they treat you nice because you're all St. Lucians? Stop.
Yeah, they should. But I'm saying, like, it really wouldn't matter. But my thing is that there is police brutality that does occur, and to sit up here and to say that everyone is a criminal when that happens to them is being, in the words of chaotic, disingenuous.
Mike from Boston, you've been listening to this woman talk for about 25 minutes. She got emotional. What say you about her talking points?
What's up, Roscoe? I actually did not hear everything she said, so I just came in.
Well, in a nutshell, she was taking up for George Floyd and saying that
as usual.
Yeah, she said that could have been any of us.
What you didn't hear her say is one good thing about him. Again, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that guy, that was an unfortunate situation. I can't really speak too much on it other than that, though. I mean, what was your main point, Roscoe?
My point was that everyone has redemption, and we're not here to judge. And in that moment, when he was on the ground, I don't feel that he was resisting arrest and being a degenerate, as everyone is saying. I feel like everyone keeps pulling up his past or that moment that he lost his life.
Right.
Thanks, AR.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Psycho, what's up, man? What's up, man?
Mike check. What I sound like?
Sounds pretty good, man. What's going on?
Man, I'm just. Yeah, man. That sounds like I got an echo again.
No, it's all good on my end. What's up?
Oh no, man. I'm just here to defend Raw's girl and all the crackheads around here, around the nation.
Do you also defend the lot lizards too? Because you're a truck driver. Keep it real.
I will defend the lot lizards, the snow homes. You know, I'm thinking about starting a podcast called The Lizard Lounge. I'm gonna put it on the Labudo Network.
Yeah, please do. You can have it.
Yeah. So, how are things, guys? I'm sitting here sipping 11 o'clock in the morning for the alcoholics.
Just like a nigga. Now it's
just like a real nigga. Hold on, man. Wait a minute, nigga. Wait one goddamn minute. Let's talk about your cocaine stories that we talked about.
Sir, listen. You're proving my point right here, Psych. Now, it's 11 o'clock and you're drinking liquor, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm a nigga, you a nigga, we all niggas.
Now, I will admit, you are a productive nigga because you are a truck driver, so you are the lifeblood of the country. I'll admit that all day. So you can drink right now.
Yeah. I work 60 hours a week.
Yeah.
So when you gonna start driving again?
Tomorrow. Tomorrow, probably
Okay.
about, yeah, it's my day off. I got the house to myself, and I just happened to stumble across this nigga Labuto. It's been a while since I talked to you guys.
Yeah.
What's the topic though? The main topic.
The
I heard
main
you say something about the Japanese being superior, but they don't even have an army.
Sir, they don't have a army per se because of the the Geneva Convention?
Because the niggas helped destroy Japan back then. Remember?
Sir, the main topic was, are light skinned women the standard of beauty?
No,
that was
no, no,
Go
no.
ahead.
Light skin hoes nasty. Why would you want a light skin bitch? They nasty.
Okay. I prefer dark women. My wife is dark, but go ahead.
Me too. Oh, how's Shauna doing? I ain't heard from her in a long time.
Oh, she's right there.
Is she right there?
Yeah.
What's up, Sean? I haven't seen her in a long time.
Now, Sykes. We were talking about the black race as usual. I said that the black race will be superior the day that we start to embrace what makes other cultures superior, like science and technology.
Okay.
What say you, sir?
I said we already created all that shit, and
I knew it.
yeah, I'm a hotel nigga.
Yeah,
we
knew it. Yep.
we bust a pyramid down to put it back together.
Yeah.
That's
now,
nothing.
AR, did I not say that a nigga was gonna call in today talking about what niggas supposedly did 5,000 years ago in Egypt?
Now, I do want to correct both of y'all. Light skin is better than dark skin, though.
Okay.
No, man, them hoes nasty, man.
No.
Listen.
Well, I mean, when you think of nasty,
this is
you
from
look
life
at-
experience.
Most of prisons are filled with light skin or dark skin men, black men.
Light skinned niggas get raped like white men because they nasty.
Are you avoiding the question?
Huh?
Are you avoiding the question?
I didn't even catch the question. Come
Okay.
again.
Now you heard because you brought the jail part, but jails, right? When it comes to the black community, are they predominantly more dark skinned men or light skinned men in prison?
What that got to do with women?
You want to answer the question?
I mean, it's more dark niggas in jail. That's a given. Cause the darker you are, the more evil you are. So you got to be locked up. You got to lock Labuto up. Shit.
So if dark skinned people are more violent to their own people,
we're not talking about niggas. We're talking about women.
You brought up women. I said light skinned people are better.
The
than dark-skinned
topic
people.
is women, man. What are you talking about? I want to talk about niggas. We talking about women.
All right.
Okay, there's 3 categories of women. You got high yellow, you got brown, you got black, right? Dark skinned women. So it's been my experience that light skinned women nasty and black women nasty. You want you a brown girl. You know what I'm talking about? Because see, light skinned women nasty and they get fucked a lot because everybody chasing light skinned women. Dark skinned women nasty because nobody want them and they just put the pussy out. A brown girl is the happy medium.
Now, I want to point something out here real quick. What is Psycho talking about now? Is he not talking about one of the 3s that I'm talking about? He's talking about sex, right?
Yeah.
He didn't say that light-skinned women were less intelligent. He's talking about sex. That's always on a nigga mind. Sex, drugs.
Wait a minute. What are we talking about?
Well, sir, you before you came on, I was saying that that the black race primarily focuses on about 3 different things: sex, drugs, and violence. And you right now are my perfect example. You are talking about sex right now. Keep going. Let's go.
No, because see, I came in late, and you not gonna make me.
It doesn't
look
matter if
crazy.
you came in late or not. You are.
See, I'm thinking we talking relationship shit.
Yeah.
What the hell is we? What is we talking about all around the board? Because we're gonna make this a good conversation.
Well, we were talking about light skin versus dark skin originally.
Okay, originally.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. That's what we originally talked about.
Yeah, and you can continue to talk about it. There's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead.
Well, white ice is colder, right or wrong?
You're right.
Yeah, that's why when I go to the store, I want the little small ice cubes, the small white ice cubes because they cold, right? Now when we compare that to life, right? If I had to open up a store, right? Let's say I got a business, I would hire a nigga like Mike from Boston to act like he owned my store, just so people come shop. Because if they find out it's a black owned store, nobody will come. That's
No,
it's the truth.
that is
It's
the truth.
yeah.
But
So I
why?
mean,
Why they won't come? Because you'll have dark skinned people selling drugs and killing each other around your store. It's not that you're a black business owner. It's just that what you, unfortunately, what your skin will bring towards that environment. Niggas.
well, well, see, see, what I learned is though when people say black owned business, that's like that's slipping because I want to make everybody money come to my store, right? So if you're gonna sell dope in front of my store, we gotta go sell some dope in front of the white people stores too, right? So I mean, I don't know why niggas only sell dope in front of niggas stores. That's why what's the guy name? Cameron don't even let niggas know what McDonald's he owned in New York just because niggas will come fuck it up if they know it's his. You feel me?
I didn't
Hmm.
know Cameron owned a McDonald's. I didn't know he was a franchise owner. Wow.
That's right. You better go know.
All White Castle, Burger Kings, he owns a lot of that in New York City. A
Yeah,
lot.
but you know what? He not letting niggas know which one he owned because when you find out that it's black owned, you don't respect it. You feel me? You don't respect it. Now the town I'm from, it's a lot of black owned shit, and white people love it because it's a hell of a culture down here. You know what I'm talking about? So it is the point of I'm trying to articulate while I'm drunk. I'm not having a good time at it. So somebody else take the mic.
Trying to articulate why you're.
Where,
Whoa!
Psych, where are you from again?
If
From
a nigga
Texas?
can prove my point.
Yeah.
I'm from Savannah.
Oh, Savannah, that's right.
Yeah.
What's up, D? D. You don't really get coochie, but which like light or dark skin women? Which one is for you, sir?
This coming from a guy that looks like a fucking Goomba in the face.
Okay, that's funny, sir. Go ahead. You got the floor.
You fucking California razor face ass nigga. Fuck out of
Okay,
here,
sir. I
man.
look like a California
All
razor.
right, look, check this out. Check this out, man. Check this out, man. You know, for me, I like darker skinned women. You know, light skinned women can be very stuck up at times. But I will say this, like I know this all stereotypical, but darker skinned women are more violent and more angrier, from in my opinion.
And you like that shit because you a nigga.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Rise Girl, for
How many
example.
times
Rise
you
Girl's
got
a
your
great
glasses
example.
broke?
She's dark skinned and she's crazy as hell. She ran
No,
over a nigga with a
no, you're
car.
not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. Ross girl is brown. Okay?
She doesn't. She darker than a paper bag,
Man, nigga, you come down
brown
here, I
paper
will
bag.
show you, I will show you,
Dark
I will
skinned.
show you some black bitches. You come down here, right? I show you black. These motherfuckers still got that slave jeans fresh off the boat type shit down here. You know? Yeah. What up though, D? You took
Man,
care of
what's
that
up?
you
What
took
up,
care of that
Psych?
little problem? Took care of that problem now. You still running around with syphilis.
I ain't never had that shit, man. Nah, but what's good? What's good, y'all, man? How y'all doing?
Hey, D.
Okay, so this is Labudo Network. What show this is we on right now? Who show this is?
This is just
This
the
is
network.
AR.
Nah.
D. Deontay, let me ask you a question, sir. I don't know if you heard Raj Girl talking about George Floyd, but do you agree with a lot of her talking points?
I think George Floyd is a piece of shit.
Oh, okay.
D.
And why is that, sir?
He's a piece of shit because he didn't do shit for anybody, but he gets killed and then he gets put on a pedestal. The nigga was a fucking criminal, professional criminal, beat the hell out of a pregnant wife, his pregnant girlfriend or something, didn't he?
What's
He
wrong with that?
he does all this bullshit and then he gets killed for something that he was doing wrong, and then motherfuckers make statues of this nigga. Are you fucking
Well,
serious? Fuck
well, you
George
know what?
Floyd. Fuck
You know
George
what?
Floyd and all
You
the
know
niggas
what?
that are supporting them. They're confused out here. They don't know the real truth out here. You know what I'm saying? They don't know that
Well,
these motherfuckers. Well, what
the
you
real
saying, Psych?
truth is, George Floyd was in the right place at the right time to become a martyr, and you niggas is hating because you couldn't get that knee on your motherfucking neck. That's the problem.
Was he committing a crime? Was George
I
Floyd
don't.
committing a crime?
It was the right place, the right time, the right circumstance. Now his name in your motherfucking mouth, and he gonna be in the history books as somebody great, and you just gonna be Deontay with syphilis.
What was okay? Name one. Hold on.
Yo, can you
Name
stop
one.
saying I got
Name
syphilis out here
one
in these
great
streets?
thing about George Floyd.
He got killed. That's what he did great.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
name one thing he's done in his life. Anything. It wasn't. It
It
wasn't.
does.
Just
It doesn't matter. I just told you he was in the right place at the right time. Now his name in the history books. See, it seems like a lot of niggas be hating because they name not gonna be in the history books.
Fuck
Now,
all that, man.
you know what? Now, believe it or not, now, and this is gonna sound like a shock. Psych L might be on to something. Now, hear me out for a minute. Now, Psych proposes an interesting theory. What if a lot of black dudes are jealous of the fact that George Floyd got all that attention?
That's nigga shit 101.
Yeah, maybe Psych's onto something, Deontay. Maybe he might be onto something with that.
Man, Psych ain't on shit.
Yeah, he might be onto something.
Yeah, he ain't on shit, man. Why would we be jealous of that nigga? That nigga was a cokehead, meth
Let me
head.
ask you a question. Do you
What?
think a lot of blacks in the early 90s wish that they would have got their asses beat like Rodney King too for all that media attention?
Yeah. Because guess what? We still talking about Rodney King in 2022.
Would you have wanted to got beat like that for their attention?
Hell no, I'm from Maryland. We kill police.
But he was on PCP though, so he didn't feel anything anyways.
Yeah, he was on PCP. He was like 6'4", man. The nigga was big.
Oh. Damn, I got a nice, beautiful yard. Hey, but what I'm saying is, though, why niggas always be worrying about George Floyd and his criminal background? You know how many of you niggas' uncles and granddaddies got criminal backgrounds and shit?
Well, believe it or not, sir, I don't come from a family like that. I come from a very superior family. We actually sold you niggas into slavery in ancient Africa.
Well, I can't agree with you. I was already here.
You weren't already here, sir. Stop all
Yeah,
that.
I was already here.
Okay, here you go with that nonsense. Okay, why were you already here, Psych?
Because I'm from Savannah, Georgia, the home of the Gully
Yeah,
Geechee,
Labuno's parents went from a mud hut to a mansion, man.
Sir,
hey,
mouth.
Oh shit! And then the thing is, how the fuck y'all superior living in Cleveland? That shithole.
Well, sir, well, nevertheless, sir.
The only thing y'all got is LeBron James and Bone Thugs in Harmony, nigga.
First of all, LeBron is not from Cleveland; he's from Akron.
Well, he played for Cleveland.
He played for Cleveland. Secondly, sir, my ancestors, they beat and sold you black asses into slavery.
Yeah, and now they turning in their grave because you live on East. They
turning
in their grave because you live on East 99.
I don't live on East 99, sir. No, I don't.
You'll never catch Buddha on those type of environments ever.
I mean,
you a superior
You'll never
nigga.
catch Buddha on those type of environments.
Yes, you will.
You have no idea what you're talking about, sir. You definitely would catch me over there.
Look, before he met Shauna, he bought plenty pussy and snorted plenty coke on East 99 Eternal.
Now, would I go over there at 2 a.m. just walking around randomly? Probably not. But St. Clair,
motherfucker, you're married.
D,
let me tell you something, sir. Watch your mouth about my city, boy.
Cleveland ain't shit.
Just like an African. Getting all. Don't bring that African shit over here, man.
Now,
for real.
So it's like my ancestors did, beat you guys, sold you.
Whoa. You niggas ain't beat my ancestors. You beat your own ancestors because my ancestors already been here.
Now, let me ask you a question. What facts and evidence do you have to say that your ancestors were already on this land, sir?
Because I got good
You
health.
got what?
I got good health.
The health.
Yeah, I got good health, nigga. Look, hold on. Check me out.
Oh,
I got
good
that good
hair.
hair.
Good
Indian in
hair.
my family, nigga. Yeah, good hair, boy.
So
Yeah.
what kind of hair do okay, so if you have good hair, what kind of hair do me and Deontay have?
Cursed. Y'all niggas is cursed. You niggas is
Man,
cursed.
my shit is curly, man. My shit is nice and curly.
AR, do you agree with that? Do you believe that Psych L's hair is better than mine?
Yeah, of course. Your hairline all the way back there, man. The fuck? You look like Whoopi Goldberg's son, man. What the fuck?
See,
This nigga got a grill like Bobby Brown.
now, Psych L, is it possible that maybe your ancestry has a lot of East Indian blood?
No. Cause my daddy black as a motherfucker with good health. My grandma black as a motherfucker with good health. Listen, I am Gullah Geechee Yamacraw. Hey, FBA.
You are aware, you nincompoop, that Gullah is from West Africa, right?
Yeah, but you are aware I'm on the slave port. So you mix all three of those cultures together when you come in, and you got three different races. You got the sellout Moors, you got the niggas that been here, and you got the slaves, which makes me. The nigga with the good health.
Now, I'm a little bit confused here because maybe I'm just a little bit fucked up or something. But what makes your hair good and mine and Deontay hair is bad?
Why did you bring up Deontay? Like,
Yeah,
we
because I
talking
got
about
good hair,
you.
man. I'm actually
you have good
mixed
hair,
with
Deontay?
Native
Okay,
American.
so I'll just keep it to me. So it's like, what makes my hair bad and your hair good?
Well, look at it, nigga. Shit, we can. Shit, what the fuck? You can look at that hairline, man. God damn.
Okay,
Steve
so
Harvey, nigga.
no, I'm serious.
That nigga got an Eddie.
Steve Harvey. Hey, I ain't even got my shit cut this week. What? Nigga, it's curly. You can run like when them bitches used to put their fingers through my hair back in the day. It don't be all caked up. They run their fingers through my hair.
He comb his hair, sound like he eating an apple.
So what would happen if they put their hands through my hair? Some girls put their hands through my hair.
They might pull your scalp off.
Okay. So, yeah. Now, Roz girl, do you believe what this man is saying that he has good hair, so that makes him a natural American?
I
ain't gonna ask
completely
Roz,
understand.
she ain't never had war hair.
Man, you look at my phenotype. Look at my eyes, man. Look at the eyes, man. Look, bro. I don't have African features at all. I don't have a receding hairline. I don't have nappy ass hair. I'm not black as a motherfucker. So I got that reddish, brownish color, that Georgia clay color, that Savannah shit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I will agree with Syke. He does have wavy hair, and yours is a little Brillo patted.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Right, I heard what you said, Ross. It's like, does that make you superior to African Americans who came from Africa?
Oh shit! See, that's the issue, right?
Yes.
I honestly can't say I'm more superior to them because we are a mixed culture, right? So you got the superior genetics of the African mixed in with my superior genetics of being indigenous. And you got, of course, the sellout genes of the Moor, right? So I wouldn't say I'm superior. I would say I'm super superior. There you go.
I do have to ask you this. So you proclaim that your people have been in the country and it predated slavery.
Right.
What were you guys? Were you guys living in teepees? What were you guys living in?
Oh no, we had built cities because you got to ask yourself this, right? Technology.
So you guys had cities here before the white man came over here.
Yeah.
And what happened to these cities, sir? I'm confused. What happened to these?
When you living in the right now, you got to use common sense, right? You laughing, but you got to use.
No, because I'm asking. So you mean to tell me we're living in the cities that your ancestors built way before the white man came? So you mean to tell me the skyscrapers, the roads?
Yes, because let's ask yourself this question, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Niggas riding around their horses and carts and shit. They got all that fucked up ass. They got all that fucked up ass bullshit technology, right? So what the fuck was they using to build these skyscrapers and all that shit when they was riding around on horses and carts, right?
Sir, they were using what they use now, cranes to build the skyscraper.
No, they had all that shit in the fucking 1600s. What are you talking about?
Sir, the first skyscraper, Genius, was built in the late 1800s.
No, man, you listen to what I'm telling you. How fast technology moves, right? In the 1800s, right? Motherfuckers riding on horses and shit. So you mean to tell me a nigga who can't even build a motor built the skyscraper? Fuck out of here.
Yes.
Fuck out of here. Because well, how the fuck he built the motor for the crane?
Sir, okay.
I'm asking because
let's take it back real quick. You literally just said that the cities that exist today were built by your ancient ancestors. So you're telling me
So what you gotta understand is
you're telling me that Dallas, Atlanta, the cities that we see now with the roads, the infrastructure, the skyscrapers had existed 500 years ago.
Okay, you taking that shit literal, right?
Oh, okay. So you're telling me not to take it literal. Okay, go ahead, sir. I'm listening.
Yeah. Listen, you can take it how you want to take it, nigga. The shit was already here. Not how it is now, but it was already here. Right? So let's understand. You know, they have like big ass mudslides and shit, and they find cities under dirt all the time. The white man ain't been here for nothing but 2,000 years, right? And you had fucking millions of goddamn cities built on the planet before a white man ever existed. So before you go, dick riding a white man, you think about that.
Sir, I'm not, as you say, dick riding anybody. I'm just asking you a legitimate question.
It is. And I'll give you a legitimate answer, nigga. This shit been here. Them cities, nigga, Wakanda has been in your fucking continent forever. Wakanda forever.
Mike from Boston, have you ever heard about this before? That there were cities in America built by.
Okay, wait. Before Mike answer, let's go to Russia. Let's fuck America. No black people in Russia. Them big ass fucking cities that was built in Russia. You think they could have built the big ass monuments and shit with that bullshit ass technology they had? Big ass. Man, you tripping.
It took them years to build those cathedrals, sir. It took in parts of Spain, it took 100 years to build. I forgot the name of this one cathedral.
Riding on horses, they built that shit.
Sir, it takes time, but they eventually built it.
What you gotta understand is this like different technologies and shit, and we just seen this shit and we squatted in these buildings. That's all it is.
Sir, you're okay. So, oh man, okay, so are you telling me, sir, that there were cities built before the whites came to America? And your answer?
I'm telling you, cities built before humans and all that shit even got on the planet.
So it was cities built before
humans.
So who built the cities if the humans didn't build it?
I don't know, nigga. I'm just telling you, we swatting.
So you're telling me that the pyramids were built by aliens and that the black Africans there are squatting?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say aliens. Are you familiar with Madame Blavatsky and all that shit?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, it's different types of humans that have been on the planet at different times of eras or epochs of time, right? And the older you go back, the smarter them people were. It was a time where race didn't even exist. You know?
Have you taken blotter acid today, sir?
A little cocaine.
Mike from Boston, does this make any sense to you, sir?
What, the part about the
this man is
the pyramids being built before humans?
Originally he said that his ancient ancestors, the Native Americans.
See, we done kind of got off topic.
They had major cities on the scale of what we have now, but somehow they've magically disappeared. And
they're still here, nigga. You squatting in them. That's the point.
Sir, I've literally seen them build skyscrapers with my own eyes. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's easy for them to do now because technology done jumped ahead 1,000 years since the 1950s. Well, not the 1950s. Yeah, like, okay, man, let's be honest. People in like the 1800s riding horses and shit and they did not have the type of technology to build all this shit. A
So
lot
how
of this
was it
shit,
built?
it was maintained. It wasn't built.
So you mean to tell me this? So sir, hold on for a second. Okay, Psych, listen, we're the same age, man. I have literally seen. Listen, I have literally seen skyscrapers built in my time period.
Nigga, you not listening, are you?
Sir, you're telling me that some of these skyscrapers were already here before the white man came?
Yes, yes. Okay, listen.
I've never heard that idiotic.
Listen, it's not idiotic. It's not idiotic. It's see, that's thinking outside the box. But Africans can't do that because the white man on their ass so much. The white ice is colder. You got to understand that the white man already know a lot of this shit that you acting like is not the truth. Because the white man got the truth.
But sir, okay, let me ask you a question. If these skyscrapers were built 400 years ago,
Let's take it out of skyscrapers though. We talking about like big ass like wonders of the world, man, type shit, bro. Like
besides the pyramids, the other
nigga, we talking like the big ass Russian build. That shit in Haiti on that side of that fucking mountain. You think a Haitian built that shit?
Talking about
Do you think a Haitian built that shit? A Haitian ain't built that shit. Haitians don't build nothing.
You're talking about
Haitians don't build a goddamn thing.
You're talking about the Citadel, and the Citadel.
Yeah.
The Citadel was built by the Haitian blacks. It was, sir.
No, it wasn't. Those niggas squatting.
Who built the Citadel?
Who are you saying it built it?
Who built the Citadel?
Not the Haitians that you know now. Maybe another.
The Haitians we know now didn't build it, but who built it?
Like I just told you, you had different forms of fucking humanoids on the planet who had way more technology.
Psych, can I ask you a question, sir? Have you ever taken any psych meds? Have you ever been institutionalized?
No, this a little cocaine.
You may seriously need to consider something like a day treatment because, sir, what you are telling us, sir, sounds absolutely absurd. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, but you're telling us that there were already skyscrapers in cities here way before
absolutely
industrial age. Okay,
absolutely.
I got you.
Absolutely. Who the fuck you think built the Great Wall of China? The Chinese.
The Chinese.
They didn't build that shit. That shit was already there.
Who built the Great Wall of China?
Yeah, who built it?
But I don't know the different humanoids that exist. Read Madame Blavatsky's work, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
What type of humanoids?
Okay, can I ask you a question, sir? Who built the let me see. What are some wonders of the world? Let me see.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Oh, some white people built that because that shit's gonna fall.
Okay. How about this idea? Who built the Colosseum of Rome?
The Etruscans.
The who?
The Etruscans.
Shout out to Ginger.
The Etruscans.
I don't know.
The Black Romans.
The Black Romans built the Colosseum of Rome.
Yeah, okay. the Etruscans. Because it was so well. And that's something you got to think about. How in the fuck could a fucking primitive person, like, who built, man, look.
Can I
y'all gotta
okay, how about this? If the Black Romans built the Colosseum of Rome in Italy, I don't know if it was called Italy at the time, but how come the Black Africans didn't build Colosseums in Africa?
Well, I don't know about the African. I'm from America, so I couldn't tell you that.
But you just okay. So the blacks in Rome were those African blacks, or were they the blacks like you?
They Moors, so I have some of their blood in me, so they like Moorish type North Africans. You know that.
Okay, so you're telling us that the Romans who were white, they had
no, the Romans weren't white. It was black.
Okay, so all of the Romans. So you mean to tell me the Caesars, the emperors, they were black too?
No.
So
those, the Etruscans, the Carthaginians. That's what I consider.
Carthaginians are, sir. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, those niggas. Those niggas.
Yeah, I'm very.
Yeah, those niggas.
So
okay, let me stop playing. Let's get to the real talk. Now, ask your question. Go ahead.
Okay. So, according to history, it's a possibility that Hannibal was a black man, but I think that
that was a nigga. That was a nigga.
Okay, possibly so. But let me ask you this: if what
you know how you know that was a nigga?
How?
Where the fuck he got an elephant from? Where a white man gonna get an elephant from?
He got it from Africa.
Okay, that's a nigga.
Okay, sir, but okay, never mind. But
Yeah, I trust you with that one, didn't I?
okay, so if what you're saying is true,
What am I saying? Because nigga,
why
I ain't know you
weren't
putting
these
words in my mouth,
why weren't
man.
these coliseums and cathedrals built in Africa?
Because you got to understand they were built in Africa. I forgot the
But what
name of
happened?
it.
Okay, so what?
I'm trying to tell you. Hold on, you stopping me. Let me laugh.
All right, go ahead.
It's something that happened. It was like a. I'm not gonna say it was like a It was a mudslide that happened all over the planet, and them folks be. You know what I'm talking about? I forgot the name of that mudslide. Right? It was a very fucking huge mudslide, and them folks gonna dig that shit up in Africa. And when they dig up a coliseum in Africa, I want you to goddamn cash at me $100
Sir,
because
Deontay, have you ever heard of anything like this before, sir?
No,
all you
sir,
gotta
I
do is
haven't, man.
all you gotta do is I'm teaching today, man. I got my professor hat on.
Go ahead
Listen,
and teach like
yeah, all you got to do is look. You can look shit up. A simple Google search. It was a fucking big ass mudslide on the whole planet. Oh, yeah, cities like Atlantis and Lemuria and all that shit that sunk. We're not talking about just the flood. We talking about mudslides and all. You feel me?
Where does the mud come from, though?
Nigga, the earth. You sound dumb. Like, look, you gotta understand. What we think is reality is not really reality. They tell you it's 7 continents, but who telling you that? If you travel, if you get the resources to travel, you're gonna see how vast the world really is. You know
Now
what I'm talking
that
about?
might be now. Here goes the thing. Now, psych. Now you might be on to something with that. I mean, nobody, the masses of human beings, 99.99999% have never seen the Earth from Earth's lower atmosphere. So we don't really know how the Earth looks other than the pictures that we're given. So you might be on
Right,
with that one. I'm gonna entertain that one. Go ahead, sir.
right. But we're not gonna get into flat Earth or infinite planes or nothing. We just gonna talk about what we call Earth, right?
So
It
let's
could be a ball. Let's just say it's the ball, right? And they telling you it's 7 continents, but we don't know that for sure because we don't travel the way the elite travel, right? See, what you got to understand is all the shit that they tell you is history is just what they want you to know.
So you okay? So psych, you might be on to something because I've actually thought about those things before. What if the Earth is, we don't really, again, we don't really know how it's really mapped out, other than what is presented to us in schools.
Exactly. And you was a teacher, so you know how much that shit bullshit.
Right, I'll agree with you on that. But what does this have to do with anything that we're talking about?
You the one asked me about how what happened to the cathedral, the Coliseum, and I'm
Yeah.
telling you, it's all type of natural disasters that did not get reported because they did not. Well, the technology was lost. What you got to understand is there's nothing new under the sun. Even these
Mm.
big ass buildings that you talk about, you know, this shit ain't
Where
new.
where did you hear about this stuff you're talking about?
I got a download. How about that shit?
You got it from the Akashic records.
The Akashic records,
Akashic
motherfucker.
records. Okay. Well, there's some legitimate claim that exists, but
You gotta understand, my nigga, I'm a truck driver. So I am motherfucking I am self-educated on a lot of bullshit. And
I
we
don't
can
know
go
what
all day.
now, psych. A lot of people theorize that the planet has gone through resets.
Yeah, there you go. That's the perfect phraseology I was looking for.
Now, I will admit,
Resets.
you could be on to something.
Right.
A lot of people speculate that a lot of the things that are around us, and to be honest with you, have been built recently. Like, there are people who theorize that the Coliseum,
Oh,
that the Coliseum.
now we on the same
Like,
page. But
listen. I know what you're talking about, but here goes the thing.
so why are you trying to make me look crazy and entertain
No,
these
no, 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 no,
assholes?
no, no. Look.
I like it though.
Because
It's fun.
I've actually thought about these things before too. who's to say that a lot of this stuff isn't made up? Like, for example, if you want to maintain white supremacy, why not make up some shit and say, oh yeah, these things were built thousands of years ago to maintain, like, look what our people have been doing. Maybe that shit was built recently.
Well, what if I told you there's no such thing as white supremacy?
I agree with you. I don't believe there is white supremacy either.
Yeah, it's black supremacy. It's niggas who got these white boys doing all the work because they don't want the rest of you niggas to be where we at, the elite. Right? So
are you saying that blacks are the actual superior class and we got whites building all the stuff and doing all the stuff because we are?
Yes.
That's a good theory. I can see that. Mike from Boston.
It's not a theory, nigga. It's the truth.
Do you agree with that?
Listen, Mike from Boston got to understand it's something called the Baker's Rebellion, right? In the early colonial time. So back then, there was no black and white and no racism. It's classism, right? You take out racism and we look at classism. And a lot of you niggas can't level up because you just not that type of class of people.
Now, Michael Boston, now this man has said something that's very interesting. He's saying that whites are actually the servant class to the blacks. Do you agree with that?
Well, the question I have is, well, then why would they flip it around though? Like, why would they give up their property and their buildings and things like that?
They built it. See, they didn't. They didn't. What you got to understand, less is more. The less you niggas have, the more I have.
Less is more.
Can I ask you, okay, so let me ask you a question, sir. If what you're saying is true, why would blacks allow whites to be CEOs of Fortune 500 companies living in pretty much castles?
Because the original devil is a black devil, and we don't have to live in a castle when we can live on the whole planet and go anywhere we want to go. No, nigga, I'm talking about Lucifer was a nigga.
Okay,
we go
Lucifer
deep.
was a nigga. Okay, I got you. So, you pose an interesting argument. Like I said before, you could be on to something. Do you believe that there were Anunnaki?
That's a storybook shit made by the white boy.
Okay, so that's story.
Zachariah Extension. Yeah, that's Zachariah Extension. Because how the fuck you gonna tell them folks they name Anunnaki? You understand me? How you gonna tell them what their name is? You don't know their name because these motherfuckers way more superior than you from another plane of existence. So how you gonna go ahead?
Okay, so you've gone down a rabbit hole, and I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know what you're talking about because I certainly do. People like Shaq, Taco Fall, all these people who are 7 feet tall, do they have alien DNA?
Of course.
Mike from Boston, Rosgirl, Deontay, do you believe that these people have alien DNA?
What the fuck are y'all talking about?
They have some sort of they have some kind of DNA that's superior.
You know what? It's like, so you're saying that they do have superior DNA?
Yeah, I didn't say superior. I said alien.
Oh,
now,
alien.
if we were to talk superior, we gonna say super superior. But go ahead.
Okay,
super superior.
I can see that. I can see them having some sort of different type of DNA. I mean, to be that big, it you're an outlier. So yeah, I can see that.
Right. Let's see. Oh, let Mike from Boston talk. He unmuting. Ask him some questions.
Your message to Maurice.
Mike from Boston, you have a master's degree in psychology, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you have a clinical background.
Yes.
I want to ask you this question. If you could diagnose Psych Ill with a mental condition, what would his mental condition be, sir?
Well, I'd have to do a lot more research. I'd have to have an in-depth psychological interview, but right now I would lean towards psychosis or paranoid schizophrenia.
Mic check.
Yeah, psych. no offense, but I think that you might need to go get checked out. Maybe some like 3 day inpatient facility somewhere. You
Bro, I
know,
gotta
Seven
laugh
days.
at.
7 days.
I have to laugh. I have to laugh at his master's degree in psychology because you talking to
Oh,
Psych L. I am
oh,
psych,
he's right. He's got
which
point.
means the
He's got
mind.
point.
I
He's got
am
point.
psych, which means the mind, and I am L, which means God. So I am the mind of God. That
He's
bullshit
got.
you talk
He's
about
yeah.
don't
He's got
faze
me
me at
there, man.
all.
He's got me there.
Um,
That was deep.
Raj girl, you also have a background dealing with mental health. Psych L has said that the trade centered buildings were here before the white man came. What mental illness would prescribe or diagnose Psych L as having?
I would not diagnose psycho with any mental illness. I think that there is some truth to some of the things that he's saying. There are monuments that were built by black people in addition that have been placed all over the world.
I believe that was monuments built by blacks, but what he's saying, though, Raj, is that there were civilizations in America, and he's saying that the skyscrapers that we see right now predated slavery, which I find hard to believe, considering the fact that I, with my own eyes, have seen them build skyscrapers here. But
Because nigga, you wasn't there back then when they built them to see them with your own eyes back then.
sir, what are
See,
you talking? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
you seen what you seen them built, but you ain't seen what they built that was already here.
Sir, no offense. I've seen
Nigga,
mass.
I just said the same fucking thing you saying now. You seen what you seen them built, but you did not see what was already here. How fuck you supposed to be Nigerian? How fucking simple is that to understand, nigga?
So let me ask you a question. Where did we get the, well, not we, but where did human beings get the schematic to build a car? You think that came from the Akashic records?
No,
No.
dumbass. That came from niggas trying to get away from the police while they was bootlegging liquor. God
So are
damn.
you? Oh, so blacks invented the car.
No, yeah, they invented the engine. That's common knowledge.
So
Yeah,
they invented the car for the purposes of getting away from the police.
yes. Shit, what the fuck? Why you
Interesting.
think niggas ride Scat Pack, nigga?
So who invented the plane? Where do we get the schematics for that?
Nigga, I don't know everything. I can't answer every question.
Let me ask you a question. What do you guys think well, actually, let me ask Roscoe. Roscoe, what would you diagnose Terrence Howard with as far as
Oh, Terrence Howard. Okay,
psychological
go ahead.
disorder?
I'll go first. Go ahead, Raj.
Terrence, how I haven't noticed anything. What's wrong with Terrence?
Raj, hold on.
Terrence Howard,
Wait. Let me play something for Raj girl real
Yeah,
quick.
play that shit.
Raj girl, you're gonna
there is nothing wrong with Terrence
no,
Howard.
no, no. Listen,
You niggas need to catch up. Catch up.
Now, I want to point out that Psych was disrespecting my city, Cleveland, but Terrence Howard is from Cleveland, by the way. I want to point that out.
You not from Cleveland, nigga. You from Nigeria.
I was born in Cleveland, sir. I find everything you said offensive and disrespectful. But hold on for a second. Okay, so Roz girl, you're gonna watch something, and it's almost like
Okay.
you want to break down and cry for this man, like yeah.
Why? The man said he got new technology. Damn.
Hold on
Y'all
for a
be
second.
hating. God damn.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I was happy.
Listen.
John Howard. I've become an actor. I've been nominated for Oscars and Golden Globes and SAG Awards, but those weren't the things that really moved me. As a child, I studied chemical engineering at Pratt Institute, was there for 2 years until I saw that there was an inconsistency with the math
FBA.
there. And so I went out to explore a new way of understanding how the universe worked, and I was able to define the grand unified field equation they've been looking for and put it into geometry. And then with that geometry, I was able to put props on that. And what I'm saying is now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drone, replace the helicopter, replace the plane. We have all the funding necessary. What we need is just a fertile ground in which to build this. Now, this is the geometry of hydrogen, of of hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
This is the proton itself. So any bond that hydrogen can make, our linchpins are able to make. So we're talking about unlimited bonding, unlimited predictable structures, supersymmetry. And the linchpins are now able to behave as a swarm, as a colony that can defend a nation, that can harvest food, that can remove plastics from the ocean, that can give the children of Uganda and the people of Uganda an opportunity to spread this and to sell these products throughout the world. So we are no longer just selling agricultural products and pieces from the land. We can now sell and take center stage with technology. The main purpose is to defend the sovereignty of a peaceful place and a peaceful people without having to have our young men lose their lives.
Now, I would like to say something first. You know, a motherfucker's mentally ill when they say Uganda is a peaceful place. Now, Ross girl, you saw this video of this man. What would you diagnose him with?
Once again, I'm not diagnosing him with anything.
Good
I saw
answer.
that, and I thought that he was trying to be an innovator, you know. But my question is, why do
You're kind of echoing. What you say?
I was going to say, why do African Americans always feel they have to go back and do something for African kids in Africa? Like, why not?
You hit the nail on the head.
Ross girl, Ross, you
You hit the nail on FDA.
but here goes the thing. I'm glad that Terrence Howard isn't going back to the Black American community because
Fuck Cleveland.
he was talking total nonsense to the Ugandan president. You didn't peep that out?
That was not nonsense.
You guys know
You have to be able to simplify shit so a fifth grader or third grader can understand.
Okay, what was he talking about then, Syke?
Okay, he was talking about the 369. Okay, you know what the 369 is, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, Nikola Tesla said when you understand the 369, you can make shit move in the universe. So you got 3 protons, 3 neutrons, 3 electrons, right? That's the 369, right? Let me see. I'm kind of fucked up. I'm gonna try to explain this shit the right way. 369, 3 neutrons, right? You got 333, right? So when you get all the threes together, it's 666, and then man, fuck, damn, I gotta hide my face because I'm getting nervous, right? Can y'all even hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. 369.
Oh, yeah, it's the 369. I'm saying it wrong right now because I'm kind of fucked up. I'm trying to, because I know what Terrence Howard's saying. It's neutrons, protons, and electrons. And this nigga was just asking me about fucking flight earlier. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Another nigga creates some flight. You feel me? But that's how the world revolves around 3 neutrons, 3 protons, 3 electrons, which give you an atom, right? So when you got them have all those components together, it gives you the number 9, and fuck, the number 9 is the number of completion. So what Terrence Howard is saying, when you manipulate hydrogen, right, you got to look at the atoms that's in hydrogen. Matter of fact, a nigga in Texas was pulling fucking water out the air, hydrogen, because really, man, your air is water. Everything is water. We on the water planet. You feel me? So flight is basically buoyancy, right? So he found the correct vibration of buoyancy to create the new system of flight. I mean, I'm coming off the top of the dome. I don't have the fucking research he got, but I'm trying to just act like I'm talking to my son about what the shit this nigga saying, right? But if I had the correct research that he got, I understand what he's saying because I'm a fucking genius too. You ain't gotta be from Nigeria to be a genius. You might have to be from Cleveland though. I don't know. Because that nigga came with some hot fire.
So I was wondering what is the new wave for this flight because I always thought that it's gonna take some heat and fire and all that shit when you go up in the air and you fly. And hydrogen, like I don't think that you can like combine it with heat or something. Doesn't think that blow up or whatever's around it like blow up.
But
I'm just
see, but
really
see,
wondering
but
what did
see,
you find out?
hydrogen. Look, man, I'm just a hood nigga, but I'm a hood nigga that was kind of nerdy. So hydrogen is water, right? That's all hydrogen is water, H2O. So if we on a water planet and you can float with buoyancy, just imagine you in the pool taking swimming lessons, right? And they tell you to just relax so you can float, right? And when you're in the pool, you floating. That's basically like you flying on a small level. Now the whole fucking planet is water. The air you breathe is really water. Everything is fucking water. You feel me? What he's saying is he done figured out how to manipulate molecules so that the flight shit he creating can float. Right now, I don't know if that shit gonna work or not. I'm just telling you that the nigga not crazy and like he probably was snorting a little cocaine, right? But beating the shit out that hoe from Empire, but he was doing his research. You feel me?
Yeah, the keyword is manipulate. So yeah, I definitely I mean but I definitely don't think he needs to be prescribed for anything. I'm just amazed that's how
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
president
I'm gonna
came
be
up with
honest with
it.
you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Ross girl. He in Africa scamming like the rest of the Africans do. Like, let's keep it real. Why the fuck could you go to Uganda with that type of shit? What the fuck they gonna do with it? That nigga went down there and said what the folks want to hear to get a bag. Straight up. Because if you got that type of research, you could be a multi-billionaire in America with that shit. The
Now,
fuck?
did you notice how the president of Uganda was looking at him like, "What the hell is he talking about?"
Hey, look. I know what he's trying to talk about, but he not a scientist at all. You feel me?
Yeah,
Like,
he said geometry, didn't he? I love geometry.
yeah,
He
geometry ain't got shit to do with molecules, though. You feel me? Geometry is like how the motherfuckers built them buildings Nabuto was trying to debate with me about earlier. You feel me? This is the thing, though. I gotta give him his props. They done gave him a bag, and he gonna make plenty motherfucking money off the motherfucking stupid ass Africans. Come on,
playing his
Labuto.
part.
Unmute that shit, nigga. What you got to say?
Please tell us, because I want to know what you think.
Okay, I'll be back, guys. Give me a second. You guys want to hold it down?
Oh, fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Hey, Ross, girl. You see
Yeah,
everybody else on the left? I think I shut the show down. What you think?
yeah, you came up here with some different thoughts that
No,
you know.
see what it
Go
is,
ahead.
man. No, what it is, man. They're not like me and you, man. Me and you, we fuck with crackheads. We fuck with alcoholics. We fuck with the people
Hmm.
who deserve a second chance. I wouldn't be,
Yeah.
man. I'd have been to prison 3 times. Listen, I got my first vassal of knowledge from prison. It was a Nuwabian nigga.
Mm.
Ask me what question this Nuwabian nigga asked me.
What do you actually do? You know where you from? What do you actually?
He asked me, is water wet?
Is water wet?
Yeah.
Oh, what's the answer? Is wet. Oh,
Is water wet?
I would say, oh, no.
Exactly. Cause look, that means you a fucking genius. You need to come down here to Savannah. I'll fly
Mm.
you out. We can kick it. I got my own I got my own 2-story house. It's just me. You can
I
help me
so
cut
get it.
you can help me cut my grass and grow some vegetables. Shit. Cause look though, is water wet? Average nigga gonna say, yeah, water wet. No, water is not wet. That shit just make your ass wet.
Wet. Yeah,
Is
that's
you?
exactly what Terry me.
Are you wet?
Like, what is this about?
What the fuck I ask you? Are you wet? Cause see, this is the thing. I just told you earlier that we on the water planet. There are
Mm-hmm.
different. There are different. See, you thought it was some nasty shit. Where your mind at? Where your mind at? See.
I'm trying to get the charge.
So look, if we on a water planet, and like, okay, do you think a fish know he in water? He don't. He think this is
No.
regular shit. This is regular. So, like, I would say you are wet right now, but you don't get a fish don't know he wet. So you pull him out the water. You understand? So
I get it. Yeah.
yeah. So like I don't know, man. I'm just enjoying my Sunday, chilling. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Like I
Everybody's
gotta
on the
live
left.
a certain. I gotta live a certain way on earth, like breathe and all that shit. If I was picked up and put somewhere else and not offered all that, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what to do and how to live then because I'm adapted to
Exactly.
this
This is
place.
your environment, right?
Yeah.
This is your environment. So, everybody be saying aliens, this and that. So imagine an alien take you out your environment, then you will realize that the water kept you wet. You know what I'm talking about? Because it's like, man, I don't know, man. We chopping it up, but wasn't the fucking original conversation about light skin hoes versus dark skin hoes? What the
Yeah,
fuck?
it was who's better, dark skin, light skin or dark skin?
What do you think? Dark skinned niggas or light skinned niggas?
I like brown and darker. I'm not really into tan and yellow and alpine chocolate and all that. I like brown. Your complexion is a little bit darker from there. You know.
Now what I'm saying, see, I got that Indian complexion, man. You know what I'm talking about? Like that Native American shit. You from Texas. You know how the Louisiana niggas be with that Native American shit. You
Yeah, you
know?
like you got a little Cherokee in you, hair all
Nah,
wavy.
man. Nah. And that's why that nigga so mad. Like, look at this picture. That nigga hairline way back there. Little Whoopi Goldberg.
I'm not gonna talk about him. He's not here.
Hey, he want us to goddamn keep the show going. Y'all got me on the camera. I'm having fun, man. Shit. As a matter of fact, let me cut the camera off. Y'all can't be seeing my beautiful face. Oh, well. So, in conclusion,
Mm-hmm.
what I will say is, when it comes to the dark skin versus light skin scenario, from a male standpoint, you should get a brown skin girl. From a female standpoint, you want the blackest nigga you can get because he gonna make sure y'all good. Like my daddy, he black, and that nigga got like 8, 9 kids, right? But one thing about him, he took care of all his kids. You feel me? So I feel
You
like
don't think a
the
light skinned man would do that?
hell no. Why you think that Terrence Howard talking that bullshit he talking right now in Uganda? I'm just saying. Terrence Howard over there trying to get a bag. A dark skinned man. We're not gonna talk about what continent you from. We're just gonna go from complexion. A nigga like Labudo, if he was in Uganda right now, he will tell them folks the truth, right? You niggas is broke down. Your country is fucked up and violent. He will tell them folks the truth. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
you got this light skinned nigga, Terrence Howard, over there trying to get a bag, talking about he made up a new form of flight. Fuck out of here, nigga. You was the same nigga rapping, whoop that trig. Whoop that trig. The fuck? The fuck?
Exactly. And then maybe
But
because of his complexion, they accept it from him.
yeah, because to them, He's a white man.
Oh, you're right about that.
Yeah. To them, he's a white man. But no, man,
Yeah.
I ain't been on these YouTube streets in a minute, man. King Murray brought me here today. His fuck ass. He hit me up on
Oh,
Insta.
okay.
He hit me up on Instagram and sent me this shit. I said, let me see the fuck they talking about today. Last time I came, my headphones were fucking up, and I had some fire for the air. They were just lucky my headphones were fucking up then. You know? Oh, damn. Everybody on the left. It's Sunday. Niggas know they ain't at church. Half these niggas, like Mike from Boston, for instance, his wife somewhere slapping the shit out of him in front of a cathedral. You
What?
know,
Right.
but like, okay, I like Mike from Boston. Cool guy. But he strikes me as the type of guy who girl be abusing him when he get home. You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
He gets abused. I mean, I really want to help him. Like, if we can put him in a fucking shelter for battered men, I think that'd be a great thing. You know? Damn, y'all done been on for 4 hours.
I don't know. I can't believe it. Mike is very assertive and all that. So I don't think he would get a woman who would abuse him.
See, that's where you're wrong. Mike probably will whoop a guy ass. But when it comes to his woman, a lot of these niggas melt. You know why? The power of that P. Niggas melt from the power of that P. You know?
You're right.
Yeah. So how
I
many
can
niggas you done
understand.
melted? How many
I mean,
niggas you done melted?
I can't speak on that now, but I've lived life. I've learned the power of being a woman.
Yeah. So let me ask you this. With the power of being a woman, would you say that it's better for you to stand in your feminine aspect or try to combat men with your masculine aspect?
I think it's always better to stand in my feminine aspect. Like that's what's natural to me, and I think if I'm trying to do anything else, I'll be playing a part. So no.
Right? Because let me tell you something about femininity. Femininity is evil, right? And I say that not like femininity is. Let me just tell you this. I'm saying it wrong. I'm a little fucked up. So let me try to articulate this shit while I'm drunk. Fucking women that started wars, right? Because of how feminine they are, right? So you remember the movie Troy?
Mhm.
Man, if it wasn't for that woman being so feminine and so sexy and so need of be to be a fucking hog and to make sure none of the other hogs can get her, there wouldn't be a war. Like, just imagine if a woman acting like a hog like me. I don't want that bitch. The fuck? Hey
And
man,
we're not as strategic in war like that anyway. So
we not, but have you seen the movie Troy?
yeah, I've seen the movie tour. I'm saying we as women are not strategic like that in war. If we were succumb to those type of feelings that the man does when they're all enraged and it's all. It
Yeah, but
always
see,
seems like it's some type of women, some woman femininity involved when men have rage wars, in my opinion.
yeah, 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 yeah. Let's go back to um the great philosopher Tupac Shakur. They say
Oh, okay. I know him very well. Let's go.
they say money bring bitches, bitches bring lies. One nigga getting jealous, now motherfuckers die. The power of
Straight
femininity.
fact.
That's the power of femininity.
Yes.
Because on some real shit, I wouldn't even be out here trying to do what I'm trying to do every goddamn day if I wasn't trying to get me 4 wives. You know? What you laughing
Oh
for?
wow. Oh wow. No, I think that's a lot of truth in that statement. That's why I think that
Yeah,
women should stay in their lanes. Like a man wants to work for a woman. He wants to play that he is more effective in his role if the woman is feminine. That's just how I feel.
exactly. That's why I'm like, women have to let a nigga like me check your emotions. I'm clapping my hands for emphasis because here we go. If you tripping because you mad, I'm fucking with my other baby mama because she got good credit, then you stupid. Cause I'm gonna use her credit to come take care of our kids over here. See, what you bitches need to do, you need to fucking let me take y'all out to dinner and we all live in the same house. You feel me? See, that's
If
what
that
people.
works for you,
It'll work for me and it'll work for y'all because here's the thing: if I go hard as I go and the bill's good and all the shit I'm doing good. See, my daddy told me he got 8 kids. My daddy always told me as long as the woman happy, the kids gonna be happy. You feel me? So why the fuck would I put more attention at one woman and not this woman? Because if I put more attention over here, she not gonna be happy and the kids not gonna be happy. So what we got to do is we got to get a whole compound and all up. That shit sound like a cult. Goddamn compound. Hey, wait a minute. Let me rephrase that. We have to get a whole like that's why I don't understand niggas who got all these baby mamas. Like you need to have all your baby mamas living under one roof, and them hoes better learn how to get along. What say you?
oh no, hell no. Excuse my language. I don't
Okay,
touch on this
okay,
platform.
okay. Well, how about
So
this?
your responsibility is to your child. If you are not married, you don't have no responsibility to that woman. I feel. If y'all not in a relationship, no, no, not at all.
See, you don't know what a man is though. You didn't hear what I just said though. If the woman happy, the kids happy.
I
So if
didn't
I
even
got
say
a
that.
now if I got a responsibility to my kids, I gotta make sure she happy. And what I mean by making sure she happy is make sure that she got a roof over her head, the
Mm,
motherfucking child support I'm paying is making sure she don't have to work hard. And look, the roof over her head is gonna be a house she owns and shit like that. That she happy. Now, my new baby mama, you can't get mad because I'm making sure the old baby mama happy. Now look, bitch, you and her, y'all need to go to lunch and talk about how y'all gonna fucking help me make sure all the kids happy.
mm.
See,
I
that's what be.
I think that that is a stand up position and the way to provide. But I am more than positive that if I was your new baby mom, I would have an issue with
How so?
that. Because your that other baby mom, of your previous child, she still has her responsibility to play to the child too, and
Uh huh.
her responsibility is that child lives with her and
Uh
she's
huh.
taking care of that child. And that way he's there with her 24/7, so he keeps that
Uh
roof
huh.
over her head. And she
Uh
also has to live in that home, so she needs to provide a space for herself too. But
huh. Right.
that is how I look at it, and I might be completely wrong because I ain't never met a man like you who would say that. So,
See,
uh,
see,
yeah.
this is the thing when you need who the fuck that is? Oh, that's my baby mama right here. Let me ask her what she think. Hey, so I'm on the YouTube right now. So shouldn't all your baby mamas be happy?
You scare me.
How the fuck I'm scamming? How am I scamming? You know what? That's some bullshit. How am I scamming? They called me a living room reverend. You know what? I'm ending the show right now. Bye. Bye. Bye, Miles
Bye.
girl. Bye.
Bye. Well, you guys, there you have it. Psycho was just walked in on the baby mom and she accused him of scamming. AR started this show, and I guess I'm ending this show. And somewhere in the middle, Lubuto might jump in. And if not, I am going to bid you guys adieu because I can't see the chat. I don't know who's in there. And I'm going to say bye. I hope, is this going to be streaming if I just think? Oh, I think I had it. Bye, guys.
Is it over? Rise girl?
Hey, Sean. Yeah, everybody just
Second.
left. Psych. Can you hear me?
Hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Is
it
the
kind of,
stream over?
yeah, it kind of ended abruptly.
Oh, what happened?
Psych baby mom walked in the room and said, "You in here scamming?"
Who said what?
You know what?
What?
Like L was talking about shit all his baby mamas be taken care of. He believe they all need to be in one house. He used the word compound. And then he said, "Oh, here my baby mom right here. Let me ask her." And then she said, "Are you up in here scamming?" He talking about I'm on YouTube. He was like, "Oh yeah, I gotta go. I got."
Oh wow, I missed all that, huh?
Yeah, it did it. It did. Hey, Shauna, we haven't heard your voice in a long time.
Yeah, I know, right? I've just been like incognito, haven't been on, YouTube, taking a little
Mhm.
break. I don't know. I
Yeah,
enjoy the background. I don't like all the YouTube attention. You know how it gets on here.
yeah, I like being in the background too. I prefer that. I'm thinking, but yeah.
Yeah, I prefer like no one knows my name, no one knows I exist. That's how
Hmm. Yeah,
that's how I like.
definitely.
See
Oh
this.
well, blessed Sunday to you. Glad to speak to you.
You too. You too. Hey, Seven Seal. I see Seven Seal in here.
Oh, okay, because I couldn't see the chat.
Oh, yeah,
Ant
Seven.
dog hand.
Yeah, Ant Dog. Yeah, no one else is here. Yeah, I guess everyone's gone. I guess we'll just end it then.
Cool.
Yeah,
Talk to you later.
Kevin wanted to have the show going today, but I don't know where he's
I
at.
was thinking that's probably what was going on, like just having a stream.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he's downstairs. All right then. Well, we'll come back later, I guess. To be
Yeah.
continued, guys.
Yeah, let me know. Bye, y'all.
Okay, he's back. Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're not gonna end this seven still. Kevin's back, so
Yeah. I'm back.
yes. I guess was it something that I missed on
Beg your
here?
pardon?
Was there like some drama on here or something?
No, we're just talking about a lot of things that conflict the community.
Oh, so I guess you weren't here. Like something about Psych L came on. Were
Oh
you
no,
here?
Psycho was cool. He was cool. He was, he was talking about. Hold on, let me real quick.
Okay.
He was talking.
Oh, you weren't here. Rod said that you were not here when the whole thing with Psych L occurred.
Oh,
You
what
weren't.
happened?
I don't know. I wasn't here either. Rod's come back. Don't leave us. I don't know. I wasn't here. I just got here.
Yes, I think Psych is losing his mind. He said that many of the cities that we see now that exist in America had already existed. He said some of the skyscrapers had already been here.
No,
I think.
apparently like Psych L's wife got on the live or something.
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, you were not here. Here's Rod right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, we were talking. Spike was talking about his baby mamas and saying that he should be able to provide for all of them. Like one baby mom shouldn't be mad at the other if he's providing, taking care of the rent, taking care of the bills, and all that. So he was saying the one that he was with now, a little confusing, the current baby mom and the ex baby mom. He was saying he wants to take care of both of them, but I believe the other one has an issue. So I said that I don't think that he should do that. I was like, it's not his responsibility to take care of the woman if he's not married to her. And he told me that that was a problem that I had, and a real man would be take care of all the women, and they all need to be in the same house. Then he said, "Oh my goodness,
So he
go
went
ahead."
like sister wives. He wants sister wives or something like that, I guess.
Basically, yes, that's what he said. He wants basically like that. So then he said, "Here go my baby mom right here. Let me ask her, baby. I'm on YouTube." And she was like, "You up in here scamming again?" And he was like, "What? Hold up! Don't say all that." He was like, "Y'all gotta go."
Psych L, where are you? Let's
And
what's
he
going
was out of
on?
there.
Come back to Psych L. Let us know what's going on here.
Yeah, but I told him that I wouldn't be if I was the current baby mom, that I wouldn't be able to deal with that at all.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine it. Like I couldn't imagine, like, let's say I'm about to say his real name. Let's say Kevin had a child by someone and then he wanted to have the woman live with us. Like I would like, no, that's like I can't imagine that. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that it at all. Yeah, I am not your sister wife. So stop saying that,
Wait, who's the other woman? 17.
girl. My favorite woman YouTube content creator.
Who?
The one who's always attacking Labuto.
Oh, Clyde Diva.
Exactly. You know, he's a moderator over there. He says he's the manager over there.
Oh wow. I didn't know that
Mhm.
he was upgraded in the Clyde stream. Now he's a moderator. Oh.
He threw me to the side, girl. Kicked me to the side.
Mm-mm. I see.
And he also said that the women need to come together and figure out how they can keep him happy so he can keep going out and taking care. But the main purpose was that if a woman stays in her femininity, then a man will work for her and do for her.
Oh, okay.
And he asked me, would I rather stand in my femininity or exercise that the masculinity in me?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think in America most people are gonna go for that whole thing. So
Yeah, can you have like what is it, poly marriages or something over here? Is that legal?
polygamy,
Yeah,
polygamy.
polygamy. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's like a crime. Like that's a crime in America. But I guess like I think with what's that guy named the one who has the multiple wives? He lives in California now. I think like what they do is they marry one on paper, then the rest of them are just like off paper wives. So
Yeah, you on a rotation when you get to sleep with them, cook food. Nah, I'm good.
right, but apparently like all of his wives has jobs. So I'm like that's not the situation.
Oh, girl, please. I be there stop working and you got six other wives working. Like, now I'm feeling like he pimping me. I would, but excuse my language.
They all take care of him basically.
Mm-mm, not at all.
Yeah, it's hilarious. Kevin,
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on? What's going on?
you
Oh,
can
you're talking about
have a
sister wives.
24-hour show, so
Yeah, you're talking about sister wives. Yeah, I think that if you can afford them, then yeah. I think like if you can afford to have sister wives, if you can afford that lifestyle, then yeah. Psykel definitely is a millionaire, so he can definitely afford it. Now, me personally, I wouldn't be into that. Shauna, would you be into something like that? Keep it real.
no, you weren't listening just now. I said never. I
Oh,
would
okay.
never be into that.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Well, ancient African men used to have a lot of you know communities like that. So
Yeah, I mean, I guess back in the day when they were living, but now we live in a civilized society, and I'm not doing that. So,
Yeah, and the hotel dudes today, they ain't taking care of families. They just putting money on the light bill. So it's
yeah,
still small
exactly.
families.
Like
Yeah.
they have the wives like working and taking care of them. Like, no. If I'm going to do that, then you would have to take care of me. But
So can oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, I have to step away for a while, so I'll be back.
Chaotic. Last night you were talking about the power of cussing and how free you like that and all of that.
the
And
power of
you
what?
said cursing, swearing and stuff.
Oh yeah. What about it?
And you said that a man should curse.
Yeah.
I'm going through something where like I'm always telling a man to stop cursing when they're talking to me. I don't care if you're cursing in first person, second person, or third person. I just think that it's like disrespectful to curse while you're talking to someone. So you're saying that men should be allowed to curse, like that's a natural nature of them, of
Yeah.
theirs?
Cursing is therapeutic. I keep saying that. I wrote papers on this in college. Um, it's a stress reliever. A lot of scientists have actually done research into this, and they have came to the same conclusion that, um, for example, when you stub your toe on the bed frame, when you are, at night or something, holding that in uh, creates a chemical reaction in your body. But if you release it, if you say "fuck," "damn," you're releasing that bad energy from your body. And I really believe that bottling up anger, uh, bottling up sarcasm is a recipe for a powder keg to explode. You know, I would prefer someone who not necessarily cusses me out violently, but somebody when they're mad says you dumb son of a bitch. I would rather have them do that than it fester into a episode where they blow up one day. And I've seen this before. Yeah, you want the for example, even with school children, you want the school, you want the teacher that says, "All right, listen, you dumb son of a bitches." See, you want that school teacher, okay? You don't want the school teacher that is nice all the time and then they explode, because then they explode, then you have a total different image of that person. But whereas, oh man, don't mess with Mr. CT today, man. You know he'll cuss us out. But see, you don't want the good teacher to do that, because then it's like, wow, that person's really a monster on the inside. See, you want that person to know that you are a monster whenever you're pissed off. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, to those in the chat, I just think that it's a lack of self control, and that maybe we should be keeping healthier ways to display that.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey,
So we'll be.
I have to, Shauna, I have to take care of something real quick. Hold on.
I'm
I,
sorry.
I got to take care of something for an hour real quick.
No. What?
Yeah, I do. I have
Yeah.
to.
So we're gonna be ending the stream, guys.
Yeah. I mean, you can stay up if you
We'll
want.
be back.
You can stay up if you want to, but I got to take it take me like an hour.
Yeah. So we'll be back in an hour. It was nice speaking with you, Rod's girl.
You too, Charlotte.
Now,
And
Roger,
Yeah.
do you curse in your daily life?
No, I do not. I
I can
try very
tell.
hard not to.
And you never cuss around your daughter.
Oh no, not at all. No.
Yeah, she probably couldn't handle it too. These kids today are so soft now. Yeah, so that's a good
Yeah.
thing. I'm glad you don't cuss around your daughter. So that's definitely interesting, considering the fact that you have a propensity to get angry about
Yes.
certain things. But I will admit you don't really use vulgarity. I will admit that.
Yeah. I'm learning a lot of patience and restraint. So yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you. Bye,
Thank
guys.
Thank you so much. I will be ending the stream. Peace.
okay, bye, guys.